Welcome to the 2022 CAREER4SEA Forum. This is the 8th forum we are organizing since we started back in 2015 with the idea, with our, let's say, main objective to introduce a platform to enhance the dialogue across our industry between the older, of course, and the younger generations across our industry. And of course, wishing to make shipping a more appealing, let's say, an attractive option for those in their late teens, maybe, who would like to aspire future career opportunities. So we would like, with this platform, to highlight the shipping cluster, how things work and what sort of career opportunities do exist across our industry. And of course, we would always like to also introduce into the discussion what is going on board ships. So we have an industry which is actually around the globe, of course, making goods travel across the globe. And of course, there are a lot of people located ashore, not only on board but also ashore, who are, let's say, acting as a supporting cast to those who are the actors, who are actually are the key actors in our, let's say, industry, who are on board ships. So we would like to, in this forum this year, we would like to, and we have planned a discussion around 4 key areas. The first one being the past, the present, and the future of shipping, where we were, where we are, and where we are heading. There are a lot of, let's say, developments across our industry, as well as across other industries globally. And of course, we cannot stay, let's say, isolated by the effect that the 4th industrial revolution has across the globe. So we have this discussion. We would like to talk about the challenges. We would like to talk about post-COVID, digitization trends, and maybe see where we will be for those who are joining the industry in this decade. So we also have another panel and another discussion around the idea of the perfect applicant. How should anyone be more appealing to the players who are actually hiring across our industry? So that's also an interesting discussion around maybe soft skills, training methods, focus areas, talents, and so on and so forth. We have a panel and a discussion around life on board, how things are, let's say, going on board ships. We would like to discuss with seafarers, actual officers, captains, chief engineers, on challenges and opportunities, and how is a career at sea and the career prospects in sea for those who would also like to aspire, let's say, that path. And the last panel, we have a discussion about shipping industry as an attractive working environment overall, maybe focusing on those who are, let's say, located ashore. We would like to discuss about sustainability. We would like to discuss about diversity, equity, and inclusion. We would like to discuss about leadership. And of course, we would like to discuss about well-being, mental and physical health, and well-being in general. So we feel that we have an agenda worth discussing and worth, let's say, viewing. So I would like at this point thank all our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't have such an event. I would like to thank in advance all our moderators and panel participants, and of course, for those who will be hosting presentations across the length of this forum. And within the next 6 hours, we would like to ask you to join us and enjoy and participate, of course, in the ongoing discussion through the channels available on the chat. And of course, if you may, of course, by using email. So without any further ado, I would like to thank you very much for joining us, and looking forward to hearing from you within the next hours during the discussion we have on this panel. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome everybody to this panel that is going to be exploring the present and the future of shipping. I'm very excited to be joined by my panelists, but first a little word about me so you know who I am. My name is Namrata Nadkarni and I am the CEO and founder of Intent Communications. I have been a journalist and a content creator in the maritime space for about 20 years now. So I've really seen the industry evolve. And in one of my roles, we were very active in the safety community. So I've been very honored to be invited to chair this panel by Safety4Sea. And I'm hoping that everybody watching gets quite a lot out of our session today, because we're going to be talking about all the big trends. We're going to be looking into the future of shipping, and we're going to make sure that we discuss the nitty-gritty. Without further ado, allow me to invite my panelists to quickly introduce themselves. If we could start with you, Costas.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Costas and I'm the Managing Director of V.Ships Greece. We are basically one of the largest third-party managers based in Greece, managing third-party owner, providing technical management and other management services.
Wonderful. Evangelos?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Evangelos Tzitzis. I'm the manager of Unmanned system here at Diaplous. Diaplous is a very outstanding company in the field of maritime security. And recently, we have launched this new trend of unmanned system, both for outdoor and indoor application. Thank you.
Wonderful. Irene?
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Irene Notias. I'm the country manager of Sync Fuels. It's a global marine fuels and lubricants trading firm, which I just sold to them from my original company, Prime Petroleum Services and Prime Bunkers Plus. People might know that one. And I'm the founder and director of Project Connect. And we have the first online CD platform for young shipping students who are studying in Greek shipping universities, educational institutions, where they can locate internships and companies can locate them. Also, we put Adopt a Ship in the Greek school, educational school system, where young people are connected to a vessel and they can communicate with a captain and learn a lot of things about shipping straight from the horse's mouth. Thank you.
Wonderful. Johan?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Johan Smith, and I am the head of wellness at Sailor Society. You might have heard of Sailor Society. We've been around for just over 200 years, serving seafarers in various ways, offering specific assistance in terms of their spiritual needs, but also in terms of mental health and well-being. And I'm very much looking forward to the discussion this afternoon. Thank you.
Wonderful. So thank you to the panelists for telling us a little bit about yourself. And I know that there is a tendency when we talk in maritime to go, what does the industry need, and not always connect this to the people who are going to be impacted by change. So I thought we could start today, particularly since this is the CAREER4SEA conference, by talking about what is changing in the maritime industry. And I'm going to go around my panels and just say, what is a big change that you notice, and how do you think it is going to impact the maritime workforce? So if we could start, and we're going to go in reverse this time to give everybody a chance to talk. So Johan, I'm going to call on you first.
I think the biggest changes at the moment in our part of the industry is related to well-being and mental health. COVID, we call it the COVID catapult, and COVID really highlighted the need for seafarers to have access to well-being and mental health solutions. So in the future, I think there will be a continuous emphasis on these things, and as we do more and more to address it, I think the industry is slowly moving in the right direction. There's a lot to be different. What COVID has really highlighted is the need to address these issues. We can no longer just ignore it as sort of the soft underbelly of the industry. This is an issue that is going to be and should be front and center in every conversation that we have about the future of shipping. From our view, ultimately, shipping is people. And if we don't look after the people who are under tremendous stress because of everything from a war raging in Ukraine to a lot of geopolitical events happening, then we will end up in a place that's not good. But I think I want to end my 2 seconds on a positive note. We are moving in the right direction, and there's a lot of initiatives and a lot of things happening at the moment to really highlight the importance
industry along
of well-being and mental health. Yes.
Wonderful. And I think it's an interesting point that you talked about of an industry in great change. So I wanted to call on Costas, because obviously we've talked about people being under mental health strain. We've talked about the industry changing. It would be inappropriate of us to ignore the fact that we've just come out of a very, very difficult 2.5 to 3 years of a pandemic. So Costas, how do you think the industry has changed in your opinion? And how do you see this impacting? Because obviously you're one of the biggest crew management companies in the world. How do you see this changing the way that you do business and your interactions with your crew?
I think that we had positive and negative trends. Let me start quickly from the negative trends, because there are not many, but there are. Post-COVID have caused a number of seafarers not to go back on board the vessels at sea. They have had a very difficult period with a number of countries, unfortunately, not allowing them even to disembark by the berth, or even to go back to their home or respect their contract durations. They were, at a certain point, felt like they were imprisoned in their own working environment. So we have seen that a number of seafarers have decided not to go back at sea, which is a serious concern for the future of the industry.
And there's a lot of knowledge as well, isn't there? A lot of
it is knowledge. It's economical impact to the countries back. It's the shipping as an all. We'll have to look at alternative options. So for me, it has been a serious concern, that one. On the positive side, however, we have seen that all of us, we have embraced technology. And we have seen that by embracing technology, we have made our life easier and the seafarer's life easier. When it comes to remotely lifting things, when it comes to saving time on the communication, when it comes to communicating better with your vessels and proactively having a conversation or looking at what happens on your vessel with the use of technology. So all these things would not have come true if we would not have the case of the lockdown, where accessing ships was a difficult task.
It gave us a chance to recalibrate, didn't it? And to use some of the technologies available.
A lot of technologies were available, but we were skeptical in using them. Today, there's no such thing as using the technology going forward. And the input we have received and the experience we have received all this period, it's useful for us to build upon the future.
And since you brought up technologies, it makes natural sense for me to go to Evangelos and to say, you're looking at something really quite cutting edge. You're looking at automation, you're looking at autonomous shipping. How do you think this is going to change the world? And more importantly, is shipping ready for this? And are the customers ready for this?
Thank you. Yes. The fully agree, and it is going without saying that the COVID era was the kicking off in order for a lot of sectors to adopt this new technology. And I would say that the shipping industry was in the forefront of this new. I wouldn't say that now it is the mega trend. I would say that now it is SOP for a lot of industries and the shipping industry. So what make a lot of value, it is not just the technology in terms of the data that we receive, but in terms of the safety that it is heightened for the seafarers and the surveyors, for everyone. Okay, the motto that the robots should be sent in dangerous area instead of human, it's not just a trend. It's for me now a standard procedure that has been easier to be adopted by the industry because of the COVID era. But I would say also this is it is something that will help the industry to go forth.
I mean, it's the chance to save human life, isn't it? It's to allow a machine to take on a danger that would otherwise impact a human. But also, I mean, arguably, it would give us data, which would be incredibly helpful, wouldn't it?
Yes, correct. Because now we have better data, digitalized data that make all the reparation, all the maintenance more easier and more effective. That in terms of a longer period suggests a new means in order to make the ships more safe, and this is safer for the seafarer as well.
So it's really interesting because obviously, while we talk about automation, this feels really far away in the sector, in some areas at least, particularly in developing countries, but something that everyone is currently really focused on is decarbonizing maritime. And that brings me quite nicely to Irene, who I know that you've got a lot of experience with fuels. We are looking at, you know, an industry which is on the cusp of massive change. We're looking at various different fuels, some of which are seen as transition fuels to get us to a future. How do you see this changing? What do you think people are looking at when it comes to working in an industry on the cusp of this much change?
Well, we can only discuss about that right now, where it's relevant for this session, that the young people have to be prepared to know software, IT, to know the chemistry, be good at chemistry, understand fuel, understand the makeup of fuel would be great, just so they can understand what they would be getting into, because energy is the main driver of shipping. I mean, without any energy, the ship can't go anywhere. So right now, no fuel, no go. So it is something that I think that all shipping students and graduates will come across. And of course, we're changing from fuel into low carbon, low sulfur, low carbon, all that. We're going through it right now. I mean, we were selling, because we're talking about past, present, and future. I was selling high sulfur fuel oil for over 15 years. And the last 2 years, I've been selling very low sulfur fuel. And recently, we have sold the biofuel. We did one in Rotterdam. And we will be selling. LNG is available for some ships. And very large companies like Maersk are actually creating methanol, if I'm not mistaken, ships. So it is going forward. It is moving forward. I mean, this is something that, like Mr. Evangelos said, things are happening now too. We're not talking about something for the future. But what the future has to know is whatever decisions we make now, that's the future. So what decisions should we be making? Really briefly, we should know the history, and we should know, I'm talking about young people now, really should know how things worked and how things work before they get to how things will work. Because those who will want to know how things were will be able to make better decisions, effective decisions, when they come across experiences, because the experiences will be the same no matter what technology or robots affect anything, the scenarios are usually the same. Correct me if I'm wrong later on, anybody on this panel. I mean, we've been working long enough to know that every decade or every 5 years, the same kind of issues come up, but it's a matter of how you tackle them, basis what knowledge and experience you have. So I would like to just suggest that all young people should be working from 18 years old in a shipping company, part-time, briefly, just to absorb what's going on now, so they can be really real experts once they start working in the actual job when they get out.
So it's really interesting that you're saying that, because one of the things that we've noticed a trend in the maritime sector is of people saying maritime has been very traditional for quite a long time, and actually we need to change and we need to learn from other sectors. So a sector that's really common for us to kind of keep an eye on is obviously tech. We know that Maersk is actively trying to hire from people like Google, SpaceX, Tesla. You know, we're really going after Amazon. The number of conferences even that I've been to where we actually have people speaking from these companies to share their knowledge with us, to say, look, we're looking at cloud services, we're looking at automation, we're looking at kind of taking the burden off people, is really interesting. And I think based on what you said, I'm going to come to Costas and say, what are you looking for when you're hiring the new generation of seafarers? Because obviously you're looking for somebody who is a IT specialist, but also who knows about engines, but also, and Johan, I'll come to you, is also able to help their crew with welfare, is, you know, it's quite a lot. And are we finding these people, or are you struggling to find enough people to crew ships which are becoming more complex because of this fuel transition?
I mean, the focus has not changed from what it was before. The focus is to find competent seafarers. Competency is something that you're looking, and you know that is a standard on the maritime industry. Then the trainings that those seafarers will require, these are undertaken by every company depending on the technology that they are employing on their vessels. Has there been any change of the technology? Certainly has been. New equipment, new systems. Yes, of course. What do you do about them? You know, that takes time, that takes familiarization. We are sending people to train them on the systems, but certainly there is a process along that, and we are not expecting suddenly to have someone that is an IT leader. What we do back in the office then, however, is we are using the technology, we are using the data analytics to be able to get an accurate information or predictive information, as we say, with respect to the maintenance, with respect to the condition of the vessels, with respect to anything that a modern manager will require, without having to go back into papers, without having to go back into digging all the details, and the information should come easily available to the personnel that is on top of the vessel in managing and focusing in managing the vessel. So our models, we have really used all the data that we have over the years, over the type of vessels, to as an effective tool to support our seafarers that they are on board. So we are not expecting them to become suddenly, you know, the Bill Gates of shipping.
Wonderful. I was just about to say, I would love to see Bill Gates crew a ship. I think that would be an interesting ship. But Johan, kind of coming to you, I think it's really interesting because obviously maritime at the moment is looking at data. We're trying to build baselines from which to work and to improve, to optimize. We're looking at, you know, more fuel efficiency and all of this. What do you think needs to be done to make sure that we are also optimizing the way we work for the human element and for our seafarers? So obviously we have younger generations coming in, they're expecting to be connected. COVID was a difficult time for many of them to do their best to join ships, which we know was a challenge. But what could we be doing to make ourselves more attractive to the bright minds out there?
I think, first of all, you mentioned that the drive towards green and other things are data-driven. And I do think that data has an equally big part to play in well-being and mental health. So in providing these services and to ensure that we can attract people to the industry, we need to understand our target market. Who are these people? Recently, Sailor Society presented various conferences, and this is now a strategic focus of ours, to specifically talk to cadets and to try to understand who the people of the future is, in terms of what their needs are, things like that. And the conversation around skills in the industry is one that's fascinating for me, because on the one hand, for the past 10 years at every conference, I've heard about shortages of skills, not enough seafarers. On the other hand, if you talk to cadets, almost 5,000 registered for our conferences, and we polled them, they all, 55% of them said their biggest fear is not getting a job when they are done studying. So is that about not training them correctly? Is that why we feel that there's a skill shortage? Or is there just not enough jobs going around? And I want to say, from our experience, I do think it's the latter. Fascinating statistics, trying to understand who this new generation is, who thinks very differently about the industry than what we did before. I noticed that my time is up, but if I can name one more statistic, which is quite interesting for me, we actually polled these cadets and asked them, if you wanted to choose a shipping company, what would you base your decision on? And we listed things like the amount of money you are paid, Wi-Fi on board, etc., etc. 79% of them came back and said that they will look at the way they are treated by the company. We are engaging with a new generation that's not as money focused. There needs to be more than just the money. There needs to be a quality of life, etc. No,
that's great. And I think you're absolutely right. And I could see, Irene, that you were smiling and nodding vehemently. And so I'm going to come to you really quickly. And then I've got a question for Evangelos about what we can be doing, what skills we should be focused on in the future with more automation. But Irene, I'm going to give you a chance to voice those thoughts first.
First of all, people don't know that I've owned 3 different businesses, and small businesses, all of them. And the recent one was the fuel one, the fuel brokering. I had to hire young people because I couldn't afford experts in Greece now, and in America, the same thing. So I would hire young people fresh out of college or while they were going to college. In the last 20 years, I've seen a very big change of those young people. There's 3 things I want to say quickly. One is the young people that helped me in the early stages of my businesses were pretty much the way I was, growing up, respecting hierarchy, listening to what's needed, learning the standards, following the standards, not changing the standards. In the middle of my career as a business owner, mind you, I was an employee another 20 years, I'm working 40 years. And I was like that. And in the middle, these things popped up, quality, not caring so much the money as much as being treated well, because as I would get pressured from my clients and the workload and 24/7 availability for bunkering, brokering and all that, I would have to be very abrupt to the young people, and they would take it wrong. Like, she's really mean. Meanwhile, she's great when we go out. Yeah, but so they couldn't take the pressure. I had people working for me from 18 till 28, where by the time they were 26, 27, 28, they really wanted to slow down and maybe by 30, 40, make enough money so they could retire by 50. Fine, it's the quality of life issue. I totally get it. I'm learning from them that at 60, I should have been doing that too. I've been working so hard. I haven't enjoyed my personal life that much either, but that's not something to boast about, but it is something that we should all look at, and we are. Now, the third thing I want to say is young people today, they also have to start respecting, though, that there are people before them that when they come out of college, out of marine academies, they don't know it all. And they have to be patient. And they have to learn the abbreviations, the standards, the basic stuff.
I'm only laughing because maritime has so many abbreviations.
So many. You guys should watch my digital office tour because there's a lot of abbreviations in that. It's going to be shown in this forum. And young people have to learn patience and cooperation, and they really have to open up their ears and listen. It's enough that we are willing to train them. I mean, I'll stop my workday and train, but I need that person to be listening at least on the third time and perform and deliver a full project to be delivered, not to be given up. I've noticed young people, not everybody, are not committed as much, and they expect that treatment, that special treatment. Well, the special treatment, it depends which company you're working for. You want to work for a small company where everybody knows you and you get to see every department. You want to work in a very large company where you kind of get lost in the crowd because you're just one of a number, and you will learn specific and expertise on a specific department. This is such a big array. This is what's fascinating about the shipping industry, because there are so many different facets and so many different levels. But I would suggest, and it's very, very important if young people are watching and listening, that they start from the basics, learn admin, learn IT and admin skills first. And this way, when you go into an office, and I'm speaking as a business owner, I want a young person to come to my office and from the very beginning to learn some skills and help me lift the burden of having my own business. Because when they decide that they don't want to work for someone because that person doesn't treat them well, you know what, I'm tired of working for a lot of companies, I'm going to do my own thing. That's when they will learn that when you do your own thing, you need to find the right people to work for you.
So it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Because I think there is a cultural shift that's taking place in the wider world. I mean, I'm going to fully put my hand up and confess I'm a millennial. I just about qualify. And even in my time, and I grew up in Mumbai, I grew up in India, where I feel like we lagged a little bit behind, and there was this hierarchical rule. And I think in shipping, it makes sense, right? You're on a ship, you have a captain who's responsible for your safety, you have to listen. But as we get more connected to shore, and as things are changing and there are more support systems, there is the ability to say, hey, I want to question this, I want to understand. So the difference between being told something, oh yeah, I'm not challenging you, I'm just kind of adding because I felt like it was really important.
Yeah, it is.
To think you go from a hierarchical thing where somebody says, this is what you do, to a buy-in culture when you say you should be doing this because of that. So even with like mental health or something, saying to somebody, being at sea is hard, you're not going to have access to Wi-Fi all the time. However, when you come into port, we will give you these services. If you find somebody who's struggling, make sure you check in with them. You know, I remember a time when a lot of my friends, we grew up in Mumbai, as I said, would never have come out on board a ship if they weren't kind of heterosexual. So being gay, being non-binary, being different was seen as bad because you suddenly felt I didn't belong. Whereas now there are more women on board ships. You know, I'm excited that there's another woman on this panel, and well done Safety4Sea for making sure at least there's representation. It is changing, and I think it's really interesting to look at how these changes are going to make the industry more inclusive. But I did want to make sure that we give our listeners real bang for buck and say, if we are moving to a more automated digital future, Evangelos, what do you think the skills are that are going to make them less likely to be replaced by robots?
All right, thank you. Let's look first where we stand. Okay, the COVID has get the things forth very quickly. So bear in mind that some years ago it was almost difficult to reach a shipping company and to discuss about automation, about how you will change the traditional method in order to enter a robot in a confined space or a difficult to reach space. Now, the COVID and of course the advance of the technology, believe it or not, it's difficult for a company to find a service provider, let's say, to find an operator of the system. because at the moment the technology is advanced, but we don't have a lot of competent operators to use the robotics, to use this robotic system on board the ship. So I would say for the moment and for the years to come, the operators of the system will be a huge opportunity for the shipping industry and newcomers in this workforce. But in terms of future development, I would say that the disciplines that will be on top of these trends will be the machine learning and the artificial intelligence. Okay, it's all right. I can enter a robot somewhere, and the operator then has to give all the data back to the office and the engineer to make all the process. But having tools of machine learning or artificial intelligence will make this job easier and more efficient and more reliable. So for the moment, operators are on the forefront. For the future, machine learning and artificial intelligence are the disciplines to look for.
That's really interesting. So Costas, obviously V.Ships, you have a wide array of seafarers, and how are the competencies changing? What are you looking for now when you're hiring that perhaps you didn't look for, say, 10 years ago? And your view on what people could do to kind of future-proof their careers?
Our priorities certainly are the new technology with respect to the technical expertise and the new electronic engines that they have come out, all these new requirements with respect to future fuels and what is their experience on using gas as an alternative fuel, on the technology on the bridge, for example, and all these areas where all this new equipment that you have nowadays with the aim to support on your navigation. So this is the expertise, the electronic charts, for example. The new generation is focusing more and more on all these electronic trainings that they are required, and the communications that they have become more complicated, so you need special expertise on the vessels. If there is anything more than that at this stage, no. I think that the systems that they are coming and they are fitted on board the vessels, they are to a certain extent have the automation that is required, and even a remote troubleshooting in some occasions that is required is produced by the manufacturers. So yes, there is a certain amount of training and new competencies required, but not so much difference to a number of years ago.
So I think it's really interesting because when we're talking, and I thought, Evangelos, you brought up a good point about machine learning and AI, which kind of talks about data familiarity, being able to look at data and understand what it means and make differences from it. Can I kind of quickly just go around and ask our panelists, do you think that data is changing the maritime industry fundamentally in a way? Irene, I can see you've got a hand up.
I was thinking it's coming right away, that this is what I meant before, that the young people who are entering the market, the workplace, they should know how we used to make the data, how we collected the data, because that's the core and the basis. I mean, IT and AI, all that is the mechanism now, but it still is the substance of it, the content of it, and the categorizing and sourcing and resourcing and documenting of where you got it, when you got it, and
the quality of the data, of course, because if you've got rubbish in, rubbish out.
Apples, comparing apples with apples, not just, I've noticed that some kids, sorry, I don't want to say kids, some young people are coming out with not knowing. And I remember in my day, it was called critical thinking. It was called, it was critical thinking. I remember that it was called, we had to learn about critical thinking. So colleges have a job. They have to make young people be more practical so they can get into the business field. We're not talking about medicine. We're not talking about anything else but the technology, technical work, and business work, commerce work. These things, you need to have people to learn commerce and trade from a young age so they can be able to adapt in this new AI and digital, which is not really new, as Evangelos and Costas are trying to say. But also Johan, what he says is very, very key about the well-being of people on board. And it all starts from a young age. And I hope that everybody here realizes the value of Adopt a Ship. I know Costas does because he's part of our group and our team, and he gives us ships so they go to the schools. So the thing is that if young people are able to have connection with a seafarer at sea, we raise empathy this way.
You're talking about personalized awareness of a career opportunity.
From a young age. We're talking 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds. When COVID was happening, we insisted that the schools would speak to the captain, would connect with the captains that we gave them, because the young people, the pupils would create Christmas cards or any Easter card or greeting card that had, like, for instance, a doctor with a mask over the vessel taking care of the vessel. We're talking about a 9-year-old thinking to draw that. So that shows the empathy that he has for the seafarers on board. And that's something that's lacking. And Johan, you said something about 5,000 young seafarer Marine Academy cadets, right? Worldwide? This is worldwide? About?
Yes. So what?
I mean, that's something. And I'm hearing in Greece, we're going to have 30,000 vessels coming forward, but we don't have enough young people. But I know for a fact also these young people who are studying are not given the chance to be on a ship 100%, so they can practically learn.
So Johan, kind of coming to the point, I could see that you wanted to say something. You're on mute at the moment. You're on mute at the moment. There you go.
Okay. No, I wanted to say yes. The 5,000 people who registered were from India, from the Philippines, and from Africa. And what was fascinating was to see the differences between these regions. Again, I think data is telling us that there's changing trends in terms of that as well. Like I earlier alluded to different needs of young people to enter the industry. But I do think that there's a massive disconnect. And I think the suggestion on the table of exposing youngsters at an early age is crucial, because there's a massive disconnect between what happens at the maritime school and what happens on a vessel. I like to use the example, I visited Ethiopia a few years ago and visited a school there, and there was a group of about 10 young cadets. They were about to join a vessel in India. They've never seen the ocean in their life. They've never, ever seen a real ship. So can you imagine taking these people, putting them on a vessel? The culture shift is tremendous, and we need to focus on how we better prepare them cadets to face the realities of what it means to live a life at sea. And we can talk about the different skills, the skilled in AI or whatever the case may be. But ultimately, you need to be able to handle life at sea to enable you to use those skills to make the industry better, to steer a ship from point A to point B. If those sort of basic skills or basic knowledge of what life at sea is about is not in place, isolation, all the issues that
So you talking about cultural knowledge, or are you talking about skills? Can I just clarify?
Sorry, can you just say that again?
Oh, apologies. I was just saying, you were talking about the needing to have this knowledge, and from what you were saying, it sounded like you were talking about cultural knowledge of onboard culture. Is that what you were
It goes two ways. I think the two things are complementary to one another. There's a massive cultural, the industry has got a culture of its own in terms of being on board a vessel, and you need an understanding of that culture, of how you fit in. We talked about hierarchy earlier, and youngsters that are not into hierarchy nowadays. You need to understand that culture of why it is like that, what's the background behind that. And ultimately, in understanding that culture and immersing yourself in that culture, you need the skills to cope with whatever is thrown your way.
I think absolutely, and that connects quite nicely to the point that Irene made, at which point I'm going to look at you, Costas, and say, you are welcoming new generations of maritime workers for the foreseeable future. How can we, in your opinion, make the industry more welcoming to younger generations? And also, I have a bonus question, which is, what are we learning from the younger generations? Because we've talked a lot about what we're teaching. So if you could talk about how we welcome them and then how they're shaping us, I would really appreciate it.
I mean, Irene is doing a great job in promoting within the young generation what shipping is and what that has actually brought to all our families and what is actually the social contribution of shipping. Because we should not forget that shipping within our everyday life is playing probably one of the most important roles in delivering things, from raw material all the way down to the manufactured materials. So this is what Irene is making sure that the message is passed among the new generation. And what we really want from the new generation is that they consider shipping as a future. And when I say they consider shipping as a future, I think that a lot of people are still believe that shipping belongs to the past. The new generations, especially on advanced economies, they are considering as that shipping is not a priority as working either on board or ashore, because it's tough, because you have the nostalgia of being away from your house for many years. But a lot have changed today. Today, shipping is a technological. It has embraced all the technology, so the environment is better. The contracts are shorter. It pays better. And tough, difficult, yes, but recognizes a lot. So I would certainly, whenever there is an opportunity to support the young generation and even my kids tomorrow in going in shipping, I would be behind them, 100% supporting them towards those steps.
That's fantastic. And I think, Irene, you've got something to say. You're on mute.
Thank you, Costa, for that pitch and recognition. We do a little bit more. Thank you. We just got the Lloyd's Award for Achievement in Education, which is really a very nice stamp of approval of where we're headed, the road that we've taken. The Project Connect, the reason it says Connect is because in Greece, when we were approached, and Costa, you have this also, I'm sure you have experiences, that when we were approached by young people, shipping graduates or business graduates that want to enter the shipping field for work, a lot of them would think, they have this misinterpretation that there is a justification to this, that if they don't have a connection to shipping, they can't get a job. So the woman that I was working with at the time, we called it Project to Connect young people to the shipping, that we would be their connection, their bridge, because we knew a lot of people from our bunkering business and all these operations rooms, hundreds of captains, operations people that we knew that we could get them jobs in or internships. So we are here, and all of us here now, we need to see what the young people are looking for, but we have to communicate to them what the needs are that they have to fill by being, as Costas said and Evangelos said, competent. These young people have to realize that they have a responsibility to become capable workers and employees. It's not just about the glamour of becoming somebody in shipping, a captain, because I'm a captain and I'm great and there's a fantasy going on here on maybe half. Now, I'm very concerned, 5,000 cadets, and most of them not being able to find jobs. If I didn't hear correctly, I don't know. I'm sorry if I didn't hear correctly, Johan. But I hear that in Greece too. There are young people who are studying, but Marine cadet, they're in the Marine academies, but they don't have sandwich courses. They don't have jobs. So these things we have to work on. And one last thing, as Project Connect Adopt a Ship, these captains have become role models for a lot of young Greek young people that are in the northern parts of Greece that are borderline with other neighboring depressed countries. So for them, these are real opportunities, or even central Greece, for example, where they never see the sea either. So this Adopt a Ship and maybe the Sailor Society, and we can work together to bring this to other countries because it is international. And we've been getting so many thank yous from teachers that say you've opened up the horizons for these young people by letting them have the availability of somebody who's traveling on a ship that they can voyage with them. They're traveling with them throughout the whole school year. So they get to see the whole world through the captain's eyes. And the teachers, by the way, take all these answers from the letters that the captains enthusiastically offer, from technical stuff to spiritual stuff to everything. The kids learn about vessels, different types of vessels, what they're carrying, the commerce, where it's coming from, where it's going. And the teachers make lesson plans. Besides geography and cultures and ports, they talk about history of shipping in general and Greek shipping. As Costas says, we are branding shipping through Adopt a Ship, but we're also creating new role models, key workers. This is really where I'm coming from. I really want to make sure that younger generations realize that the people on board are key workers, which is a very big thing, and that they wouldn't have what they have if these people didn't bring them over, delivering the goods.
Yeah.
And secondly, I want them to realize that their lives can be filled with substance from faith and from actual, practical, hands-on doing what's needed. We have to get back to basics. Learn to do what's needed, not what's in your fantasy. You can dream as much as you want.
It's so interesting to kind of connect theory to reality. And I think the past 3 years have been very difficult to get people on board because we've had, the pandemic and we've had the crew change crisis, which has been a real challenge. But I want to, before we get to our last question, because I'm aware we're running low on time, I've got one question quickly for Evangelos, because you are literally at the cusp of the topic of this panel. We talk about the past, so you're talking about shipping, you're talking about the present, which is kind of where we are. And in my opinion, you're holding the keys to the future as well with increased automation. What do you see as being really vital for newcomers to the industry to know about the culture, as Johan mentioned? Because you're kind of on the cusp of it, of this big change. What do you think is really important for the younger generation to know?
Okay, thank you. I would like to fully agree with the comment of Johan and Irene and Costas about the culture. Although there's one question that hasn't been answered by my end, and I feel that I should answer for this later on. Okay. Believe me, it is difficult for the industry at the moment to find competent operators, let's say, although there are very competent operators in land, it's difficult for them to work on board a ship. So what I was thinking of this and what we're thinking to launch is all of us that were working with the automation, with the system, to launch some seminars, some webinars in order to inform the newcomers in this industry of how they will proceed. It's not just the knowledge; it's the culture itself. Let's make a comment. It's difficult for someone that working every day from his desk to understand and to be familiar with the life on a ship. Okay, although it's very competent, very reliable on technology, it's difficult for him to familiarize with the ship and the life of the seafarers. Let me ask the question about the value of the data that has been answered. Just making the long story short with just an example. Imagine to have a 3D model of a confined space that for the moment is almost difficult to reach at your office, and to have an inventory of all these findings in a digitalized form in order for both the seafarers, the officers, and the engineers and the technical superintendent to understand the progress of the condition of the ship. It was something that it was almost impossible to have it at hand a few years ago. Now it's something that we can have it and to get it better in the near future.
That's really interesting, because obviously we've got that condition monitoring, data benchmarking element as well. But I'm aware that we're going to run out of time, and I want to make sure that we end this session with a key message to our audience who are listening with us. So if we could start with you, Costas, which is, what is your key advice or message to young people who are interested in shipping? What do you think they should have at the forefront of their mind at the end of the discussion that we've just had about all the changes that are going through?
Choose shipping with the aim to have an international career and have the opportunity to travel abroad, work hard but be rewarded, and learn various cultures around the globe. So shipping should really be what should bring what everyone is really admiring of. And I'm a great believer of our industry, and the same way that I have been brought up to where I am today, someone has given me an opportunity to be standing up here. So I really believe that the young generation should be there behind the same thing.
Wonderful, and a powerful message to encourage people to join the industry and to continue their careers, which brings us quite nicely to Irene, because I know you have those opportunities through Project Connect.
I was just going to say,
what was your key message? Yeah,
my key message is join Project Connect, become a student member or a graduate member. And we are planning, and I hope that Mr. Evangelos, you could be part of it and maybe sponsor it if you like. We have developed a ship workshop, which is connecting the young people on board ships right now with the young people working in shipping companies. And we want them to connect better together. This is something that it's a work in progress. It's something that we've been thinking of for the last 2 years to do. And this is exactly what you said. So they can connect better. They can understand each other's roles. On our website, on Project Connect, we have a section called Young People at Sea, young people that are already on board ships. We just haven't had the staff and the team to increase this. And we're looking for more members to help us out. And it could work. It could really be a very good thing for the future, for creating the future as a mechanism. I invite all of you to be members. V.Ships is already a member. And let's work together. Let's not do a lot of different things. Let's all do one really good thing for the students and worldwide also.
Wonderful. Johan.
So I would tell a newcomer to be patient, first of all. And as Irene said earlier, to grow in your career and take all the necessary steps to get to the top. A second thing, perhaps, and just clarifying that statistic from earlier, we had around 5,000 cadets participating. 55% said that their biggest fear is not getting a job. And to them, I will say, don't give up. Keep on going and try to develop yourself within the skill set that was described here this afternoon. So don't give up. You are, this generation Y, so resourceful, so resilient. So keep on going and smash through the glass ceiling. It's amazing to hear stories of hundreds of female seafarers keen to really make a difference in the industry. So keep on going. I think that's sort of the key thing I would say.
I clap too.
Spoken wonderfully. Evangelos, what would you like people to, attending this webinar, to really kind of go away thinking about?
Okay, I would suggest at least of the youngest that are technology savvy or are already professional engineers to look in the challenging environment of the shipping industry in order to advance their knowledge and to support the shipping industry. Because from my point of view, the most challenging area or discipline to work for the automation is the shipping industry. We have worked a lot in other, let's say, sectors, in oil and gas, okay, but what we have encountered on a vessel, it's not the same that the other things that we encounter on the land. But in any event, I would also suggest to join industry and having the passion for the industry, being aware of what we're talking about.
That's really great advice. And if I'm going to make sure that I also share my view, because I feel it's very important to welcome the new generation to our wonderful industry. And just remember that there are so many opportunities. You know, we talk about being at sea as a seafarer. You can be in a deck room. You could be in a remote control center operating remote controlled vessels. You could be in law. You could be in HR. You could be in marketing. The opportunities abound for you to find the right fit for you. So if you find something and you try it and you're like, maybe this isn't the right fit for me, try something else. Don't assume that shipping is a single dimension. And I think as we go forward and we have more technology, we have new fuels, we have automation, you know, maybe we'll have drones, who knows? There is so much that you can contribute and that you can bring to the industry. And I can guarantee you, we will be thrilled to have you as part of the team. So I just want to make sure that you know that as much as you're enthusiastic to join us, we are very enthusiastic to have you as part of the team. With that, unless anybody has a point to make, I think it just remains to me. Oh, I had one last point to make, which is a suggestion to the Safety4Sea team, which is to have another webinar about culture, because I think that was the point that you made, Evangelos, and it's been made by all our speakers. So we encourage that going forward. But without further ado, I'd like to thank all our speakers for making the time today to go into these interesting conversations and to hopefully shine a beacon for newcomers to the sector to join us. And I would like to encourage everybody that is interested in Project Connect. There will be information at www.project-connect.gr.
Yes. And also there's a student section where they could just register and follow all the instructions, because there's a reason for that. We have an OWIWI game test that it's a game, and then the soft skills come out, and they learn, the student learns, or the member learns about himself and where he can improve on his soft skills, which is very important.
Wonderful.
And, we're growth oriented. And by the way, we're here for those students who know that they want to be in shipping or like to try it. We're not here to encourage anybody to come or not come. But we're here because there's plenty of young people who have chosen shipping, and they need to have practical work experience and jobs. That's where we're coming from.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you
that's been on this call, and thank you very much, Safety4Sea, for inviting us. We hope you enjoyed the rest of the webinar today.
We thank Safety4Sea. It's a very good.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Welcome and thank you for joining us in this quick presentation on the past, present, and future of shipping, trying to give away some useful tips, especially for those who are aspiring a career in shipping. Now, in this presentation, we would like to start with shipping as an industry, where we stand as an industry, and some tips for the new professionals. So shipping moves 90% of the global goods. That's a well-known figure. And without shipping, we have heard that 50% of the world would freeze and the other 50% would starve. So in shipping, we have an issue. Shipping is considered the invisible industry. Why? Because we are mainly involved with the commercial part of the business. Imagine and compare with the commercial aviation and the cargo aviation. For us, for all our civilians, I mean, commercial aviation is what we call aviation, but cargo planes are more or less invisible to us. So it's more or less on the same, let's say, the same approach. Shipping, because shipping is involved with transporting mainly cargo and goods, is more or less invisible, with the exception of the, I would say safely, with the exception of the containers and the cruise ships, more or less shipping is invisible to others. So we've seen what we call shipping is a huge cluster, and we have fast-growing sectors like containers and cruise, and we have sectors who are expected to decline, like capes and oil tankers, due to decarbonization forces arriving across the globe. We employ across shipping more than 1.5 million seafarers, with numbers growing. It should be the range of 1.6 to 1.7 million at the time. And we have many interrelated industries. And what we call a maritime cluster is not only shipping operators and shipping companies, but the marine industry in general, the offshore, the construction part of the business, the public sector, regulators, classification, finance, insurance, flag states. We have ports, of course, port operator, other ports, and other shipping-related businesses. No one could, let's say, give us an estimate on the number of the businesses associated with shipping. We know that we have something in the range of 40 to 50,000 operators of ships. But it should be more than 1 million, the number of businesses in the range of millions, not 1 million, but in the range of millions, the businesses associated in the wider maritime cluster. And no one could do it better than BIMCO, who have produced an excellent video about the importance of shipping.
At a time when the world stopped, ships kept moving. People still shop, ships kept on proving. The volume of trade that's moved by sea, 90% of trade, actually. Crops that are weighed, cars that are sprayed, and it's easy to see the impact this makes. Fruit and vegetables, toys and collectibles, wheats and grains, the blood in the veins. Like to land, a farmer is, ships are to the sea. And if the world is the heart, ships are the arteries, which stop the pharmacies, move essential commodities. So there's a lot at stake across these seas. Without these routes, half the world would starve, while the other half would freeze. Without these bright-coloured containers, the four walls in our house that contain us would be empty. The books we read, the animal feed, the oil we need, the global lives that we lead. No oil, no cars, no essential spare parts. The sea's version of stars, those flickering lights on the horizon, by moon and by sun, but the journey is never done. As a supertanker proves, the distance it moves is equivalent to 3 times around this earth a year. And we are served by over 61,000 ships. The things we buy, the things that shops sell, the 1.7 million seafarers, it's more than just engines that propel this industry. And it's easy to see that a lot is owed to the people that load. 6,000 ports worldwide, but it's not all plain sailing. It's rough seas and piracy warnings and the change that this inevitably causes. The sea covers 70% of our planet, so you can see why we need to plan it. A global community of knowledge and passion, from salt and sugar to the latest fashion. Our ships keep moving products we love using. Ships make the world go. They help trade flow and let business grow.
Congratulations to BIMCO for producing an excellent video, giving us within a number of a couple of minutes where we stand as an industry. And there are trends that will shape shipping in the years to come. Starting with decarbonization, we are having to face a new era for humanity, talking about new fuels, new industries that will be formed. Decarbonization is a key issue for all of us across our industry because we're going to see the rise of new fuels, but nobody knows for the time being what will be the exact fuel mix 20 or 30 years down the road. The second one, the key trend, is digitization with technology in Industry 4 impact. We have all our sectors across our industry and a number of associated industries are actually reshaped by the use of technology and digitization in general. So shipping cannot stay isolated over there, operating in silos. We've seen a number of trends associated with digitization. The third one, we have what we call ESG, environmental, social, and governance issues and criteria. ESG is entering all our lives in shipping and outside shipping as well. We have to operate all our businesses in a sustainable way. ESG is about sustainability of our planet, of the environment, of our society. And again, it's a wake-up call for all of us, all our corporations across shipping and across related industries to apply proper governance in order to be sustainable. And then we have human factors, which is a key issue, not only for safety, but talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, accountability. Humans are a vital part, I would say the most vital part of our industry, of any industry. Without humans, there would be no industry. So human factors has a rising role to play across our industry, on board ships, ashore as well. And last but not least, we've seen a number of issues with geopolitical impact. We've seen the issue of COVID. We've seen local closures of ports. We've seen barriers to trade across the globe. And of course, we have local conflicts, a number of local conflicts all around the globe, affecting actually politics and trade in general. And in that way, they affect shipping as well. Now, what affects performance coming to humans, as we need to focus on what we would like to, let's say, demonstrate here. Performance is affected by three key parameters: competence, motivation, and of course, the environment. The environment that each individual is supposed to perform. If we take out the environment, because that's not the key issue here, we're talking about competence and motivation. Competence has a number of parameters about knowledge, skills, and attitude. Attitude is an issue here for our professionals. Of course, motivation, we're talking about human needs, about the background of humans and priorities, and how, let's say, to approach better the issue of motivation than the 6 basic human needs. Every human has 6 basic human needs. These needs are certainty, the assurance you can avoid pain and move towards pleasure to the best you can do. Uncertainty or variety, the second need, the need for the unknown, to change, new stimuli, to find a variety. The third one is significance. You need, all of us need to feel unique, important, special, needed, and so on and so forth. The fourth need is about connection and love, a strong feeling of closeness or union with someone or something. That's a key issue. We're talking about growth and expansion of capability, capacity, understanding, and I would say the higher need out of the 6, contribution, a sense of service and focus on helping, giving, and supporting others. So the way we prioritize these 6 basic human needs actually affects our motivation profile. People who actually value and have certain, let's say, on the higher level in their, let's say, values matrix, they tend to have, let's say, certainty, for example, on the highest value. They tend to operate in one way, and others who have, let's say, connection and love as the highest priority operate in another way, and so on and so forth. But as I said, the issue of motivation is a key one and affects performance as well. Another topic that we need to identify, a number of studies have identified that men and women have different priorities in the workplace. It's not only, motivation, it's also a gender issue. Men tend to, let's say, value more promotion, wages, and power, and women tend to value more the work conditions, the family life, and promotion. As you can see, more or less, we're talking about the same values, but not on the same priority between sexes. That's something that we also have to accommodate and bear in mind. Not necessarily all of us need to focus on same things, on same career paths, and so on and so forth. And here we can see the top 10 skills as provided by World Economic Forum towards the future 2025. The first one is analytical thinking and innovation. Every professional across the industry, either ashore or on board, needs to work on these skills. We have said repeatedly in the past, I'm sure that all of you would have heard it so far, that the most maybe important skill for the 21st century is the skill to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So we're talking about innovation, we're talking about making things better. The second one is active learning and learning strategies. The third one is complex problem solving. The fourth one is the critical thinking and analysis. The fifth one is creativity, originality, and initiative. The sixth one is leadership and social influence. The seventh is technology use, monitoring, and control. The eighth is technology design and programming. The ninth is resilience, stress tolerance, and flexibility. And the 10th is the reasoning, problem solving, and ideation. So again, talking about hard skills and soft skills, we all have to, let's say, accommodate and bear in mind that we need to work on our soft skills. 21st century is something that we need to work on. And we have to also, we tend to forget that talking about those who are in the, let's say, in the early stage of their careers, even those who are, let's say, in the late 40s, maybe early 50s now, they have in front of them a minimum of 20 or maybe more years. There is an extended youthification, there's an extended longevity across the globe, and people tend to let's say, seek career paths, not necessarily working 100% of their, let's say, available time, but we've seen people, it's an ongoing trend, let's say, when they retire, they actually semi-retire and would like to have something, not necessarily on the same business track that they, let's say, had in the past. But again, soft skills is something for all of us, not necessarily those who are in the early 20s or 30s, but also those who are, let's say, in the late 40s or 50s, because 20 and 30 years are a long way down the road. So these are something to work on for all of us. And just a quick one. I'm sure many of you have seen this one, the 10 traits that require zero talent, which is actually a myth. This is not true. And that's why I would like to briefly comment on this. Being on time, that requires a lot of planning, and it's actually a skill. Planning is a skill. Work ethic. We're talking about work, we're talking about moving pieces, values, etc. So it's mainly dependent on the experience. You don't expect the person who is 25 years old to have the proper work ethic. So this has to go with the experience, the effort. This is more or less work ethic and, of course, planning, body language. You have to maintain eye contact, proper handshake, body posture, and so on and so forth. We have to have a number of skills, and we have to be able to, we need to be able to read body language. So that applies to all of us, and that's an extensive skill. And imagine the same applies to the attitude as well. We have a growing, fastly growing, I would say, self-help industry who is focused on attitude. Attitude is a skill. You cannot change the attitude of a person from one day to the other. There are several paths to do that. The energy, diet, sleeping disorders, health, their living and working conditions, especially on board ships, and of course ashore. So it requires a lot of issues to be in place. Passion comes out of trying, learning, and then once you arrive at that, let's say, plateau, at that stage, yes, that's contagious, absolutely. But passion is not something that comes without any talent, without any, let's say, skill. Being coachable, the same, starts early and requires a lot of communication. Doing the extra mile, huge impact, and falls under the work ethic and the passion we touched upon earlier on. And be prepared. That has to do with work ethic and planning, and every task requires different level of preparation, and so on and so forth, both on the physical and the mental level. So be prepared. It's a number of issues. Again, it goes back to planning. I would like just to give some food for thought. These traits that require zero talent, that's a myth. That's not reality here. And we're talking about skills, and all of us need to work on these soft skills, and we need to be better persons and better professionals. So it's something that we need to work on. Now, success is an iceberg. In shipping, we have too many career paths. You can start working on board the ship, going through the ranks. That's okay. That's one way. You can start working at an office, either let's say a corporation associated with shipping, or a ship operator, a classification society, a flag state, a regulator, and so on and so forth, or a public servant affected by shipping. A number of ways you can go to the sea and then come ashore. There are a number of paths. Of course, you can be outside of the shipping industry and then join the industry, maybe in the early 30s or 40s. We've seen things like that. But success is an iceberg for all of us, and what people see is actually 10% of the iceberg, and the 90% of the iceberg is persistence, failure, sacrifice, disappointment, discipline, hard work, dedication, and so on and so forth. This is below the line, and these are not visible to the others. So, having said that, there are a number of career paths. I would like to just as a tip, I would like to ask all of us, all of you, and all of us, of course, we need to work on our soft skills to be a better person and a better professional. And just bear in mind what Malcolm X said, that the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. Today. You have to decide today what you will do in 5 or 10 years. If you don't decide, if you don't have any sort of, if you don't know where you're going, every road would lead you there. That's a cruel fact, but that's a fact. So in that sense, if you are interested in progressing with a career in shipping, you have to identify, yes, you need skills, not necessarily hard skills. Not all of them are hard skills. A number of soft skills are required, not only shipping, but outside shipping as well. But again, you have to decide today, and you have to prepare yourselves for the years to come. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello to all. I'm Nikos Marmatsouris. I work for GAC, which is a multinational company in the ships agency, logistics, and offshore services. Today, we're going to speak about some career advices for the youngsters who are monitoring our conference. The first thing I can advise is to believe in yourself. Many people believe that having fears about what they can do. They tell themselves that they cannot do things. You have to remember that you're only racing with yourself, and you have to always be confident in whatever you do. Even if you fail, you should try again and get better. Keep this phrase in your mind: you can do it. You should also be visible within your sector, taking part in work-study programs or internship opportunities. There are good organizations in Greece you can be part of who can foster and boost your future opportunities in the maritime sector. These are Project Connect, the Yes Forum, and Real-Time Graduates. Try to get yourself a mentor. Also, develop your sales skills. Knowing how to sell yourself and your work can empower you to make connections, succeed in interviews, and build a positive reputation. Salespeople know how to tell compelling stories about their products. In a similar way, you should develop yourself to make a pitch about your abilities and qualifications and be ready for any interview opportunity. Getting the extra qualifications. In today's business world, there are many people who have similar study qualifications and competencies that you may have. Developing an unexpected skill could distinguish you from other candidates and give you the edge over competitor candidates for a job. Possessing skills outside your field would expand your opportunities, so you need to grow your skills and knowledge. Use part of your free time to learn something new, like a foreign language. You also need to keep your skills up to date by following various technology and industry trends, also reading professional journals. Ask questions. Most experienced professionals expect junior team members to have questions. If you're facing a new task and are unsure about the best way forward, asking for guidance can assist you to perform better. There is no wrong question, and asking targeted questions can show your supervisors that you are committed to your work and want to complete your tasks in the best possible way. Accept mistakes are part of life. Learn from them and keep going. Do not get discouraged by any imperfections. Just focus on getting better. You should also establish the mindset of one step at a time. They say Rome was not built in one day. Same applies to every project. It takes small steps to prepare and develop skills, and it takes patience and determination. Make time to strengthen the skills that are most important to you and could improve the chances of succeeding in your chosen field. Reflect on the career you want to have in 10 years from now and find small ways you can pursue it each day. You should also learn to accept feedback and constructive criticism. At the early stage of your career, it is essential that you can accept and implement the feedback from your supervisors. Processing any constructive criticism can improve your work and improve your overall performance. Adapting to your supervisor's feedback will not only improve your work, but also secure you the trust for colleagues and managers. You should build and maintain your reputation. The people in our industry pay attention to what we do at work and outside the work. Aim to be professional and positive in your daily interactions and practice boundary settings before your career and your private life to ensure your workplace behavior is appropriate. Volunteering for good causes and behaving ethically at all times are the best ways you could establish a good reputation early in your career. You should also adapt to changes. One of the most difficult things humans face today is to adapt to changes. Remember Darwin's motto, it is not the strongest or the fittest who will survive in future, but the most able to adapt. One of the best advices for your future career is to stay flexible. While it's valuable to stay focused on your goals, accepting unforeseen opportunities could lead you to a career that suits you even better than the one you have planned. And you should also find a way to keep a balance between your work and life. While it might be beneficial to be dependable and hardworking, maintaining healthy boundaries may help you control your stress levels, minimize the risk of burnout, and find greater job satisfaction. You should communicate your needs to your manager and be honest if you are feeling overwhelmed. Many young professionals want to show that they are committed to the team's success and have a tireless work ethic. You should remember that can best perform if you are well and feeling happy. Wishing you every success in your career. Thank you.
Welcome everybody to this session of the CAREER4SEA Virtual Forum. We're going to be discussing today a very interesting topic of trying to determine what the perfect applicant looks like. And I've got a very distinguished panel joining me today with diverse backgrounds and experiences. And I'm sure this will be a very insightful discussion on how we can determine this perfect applicant. I am Gina Panayotou, the ESG manager at West of England. And joining me today is Kara Carter, who is the director of Halcyon Recruitment, Captain Spyros Kyriakopoulos, who is the training manager at Prime, Nina Natsolari, HR manager at Irma First, Stamatis Zanagis, who is the program leader deck division at the Maritime Academy Metropolitan College, and Elpiniki Styloyanni, who is the HR manager at Almi Tankers SA. So it's quite a well-known fact at the moment that we are struggling to attract and retain talent to our industry. And even though it's an industry that is full of opportunities and through this transitional time is opening up even more opportunities for youth,
We need to be making it more attractive. It is a strive there to find that perfect applicant. So my first question will be, and I'll be addressing it to all, where you can all kind of share your own individual experiences, is when we say there's a need to attract talent and we're defining talent in the maritime industry, what exactly are we looking for? Nina, would you like to go first?
Of course, thank you very much, Gina. It's a very interesting question, and I'm very happy to be here with all of you and share our experiences. When we define a talent, there is a lot of conversation during the past years of what is talent, but what we can see from a dozen of recruitings and dozens of candidates that we have interviewed is that talent is defined like someone with confidence. It's not necessary to know the job. It's not necessary to have the technical skills from the beginning. What you need to do is just to have the confidence and the passion to learn. At Terma First and in general in the maritime industry, we are looking for that because our technical expertise is quite difficult. You need someone to teach, to mentor, okay? So what we are looking from people that are joining now the market is the sense of confidence and of passion. So.
And that is a very valid point, and I think we can go into more detail as the conversation progresses. Cara, what is your take on this? What are we looking for?
Well, thank you, Gina. It's great to be here with the rest of the panel and all the participants. And in fact, I would agree with what's just been said. I think the maritime sector is so diverse. And so it really lends the opportunity for a wide variety of skills and talents to come to the industry, each where somebody can add value. But critical, as has been said, is actually attitude. If somebody is open and willing to learn, who is inquisitive, can see the challenges that there are in the industry and has that problem-solving ability to address them, exactly that they can be mentored, they can be guided. It's such a wide variety of role types. And I think no matter what your natural talent might be or your interest or your passion, but equally your soft skills where they might lend themselves, there's definitely a role in maritime for you. It's just, and of course, your career can grow and build because it's a constantly evolving industry as well. So I think, the right attitude and approach to your work will see you a very long way in the maritime sector.
Definitely, and probably now more than ever, it's constantly evolving. So a lot of exciting things happening. Elpiniki, your take on this? On defining?
Yes, thank you, Gina, and it's great being here with all these esteemed panelists. So talent is a very tricky word, I would say. So I will shift the discussion a bit towards another direction and say that generally shipping industry is focusing on talent and technical expertise and skills, and as Cara said, is a big variety of skills that it's needed. But I would say that we are searching for people with a growth mindset, very open to accept challenges and being adaptable to new and emerging situations. So this is very important, I think, nowadays. And I would add that except from the experience and the technical skills, we need also very good human skills, I would say, not soft skills, but human skills. So I will drill down to the basics ones and say we need people who are very capable of cooperating with others and being open to see other people's perspectives. So yes, let's stick to that.
I absolutely love the way how you've redefined soft skills into human skills, and it does make so much sense. So when we're talking about talent, of course, our industry is quite unique in that we have both the talent ashore, but also the talent on board, which is something that we need to maintain and retain. So luckily, we've got two people who can talk more about on this and have their experiences in that side of the sector. So Captain Spiros, would you like to also share with us what is Maritime looking for when we say we're looking for talent?
Thank you, Gina. Thank you all. Actually, I don't believe in talents. Honestly speaking, I believe that shipping industry is not in need of talents. Shipping needs people who match with the team, who match with the culture of the company or the crew on board. But if we can consider this like talent, but for me it's not talent, shipping is in need for people who always try to develop themselves. Nowadays, mainly soft skills wise, who are focused, who are goal oriented, and have something in mind on where they are heading. This is my opinion on this.
I think that's quite an interesting and bold statement. Definitely shifting the dynamics here. And Stamatis, what are your thoughts on that when we say maritime talent, or what we're looking for as the perfect applicant?
I'd like to thank you, Mateo and Gina. Thank you all the panelists. I partially agree with Captain Spiros. Partially, I'm saying partially because I believe in talent, but even talent needs work. If you do not work, you cannot, especially in our vocation, we have diversity, as Kara said. That's why we have such a huge employability. But I believe the most important soft skill or human skill is to be adaptable, thinking out of the box, willing to learn, and not just assured that, okay, you know, I have reached that point, even the maximum as it is as seafarers, which is the captain class A. I'm talking for deck division, or engineer class A. So now I know everything. No, this doesn't happen. It does not apply to our vocation. We have to study almost. I do not know if I have ever stopped studying since I have finished my maritime academy. And I believe that this is the most important thing, that to try to fit to where you are going. As far as the technical skills are concerned, the mentality is concerned, everything, because even the environment is diversified on a vessel. It's not just the skills that are required.
Most definitely, and I think you actually make a very valid point, because whether we do believe in talent or not, even if you're the most gifted and most talented person, continuously evolving and learning and growing is so crucial. This actually leads, interestingly, into my next question, where there's a lot of discussion also on this younger generation and millennials and Gen Z, and that they have different needs and they're looking for something different in the workplace, in job fulfillment. So we're redefining that aspect of it. So it would be very interesting to hear your take on whether this is true, of course, and what you feel this new generation is looking to find in the maritime or in their new career path. Maybe I'll start with Captain Spiros this time and go take the rounds the other way around.
Okay, thank you. Well, it depends on the maritime stakeholder generation. I believe that millennials will be required the two well-known categories of skills, the technical and the soft skills. However, comparing to my generation, I will not reveal, you can guess. For sure, when it comes to the new technical skills, competencies, I would say, there are a couple of competencies like the extending knowledge of the modern ports, functions, ability to operate design software related to shipping design, awareness of the port design, knowledge of the marine transportation network design, and specific expertise such as management, logistics, and data science. Obviously, millennials will be still expected to be aware of the traditional functions of an office or on board. However, it seems that such functions will be still managed by the older employees. When it comes to the soft skills, one of the main concerns nowadays addresses the interpersonal conflicts which could result from problems in cross-cultural communication, blah, blah. Therefore, millennials are expected to have developed skills like adaptability, empathy, ability to manage properly the criticism, diversity acceptance, all this. Also, millennials are expected to be diligent, open, and hungry for new ideas. Yet it is expected that their cleverness and ability to think, because of their exposure to more advanced, let's say, schools of thought, can generate more dynamic ideas to improve the management and the operations.
I think you're also kind of answered something that I had later on in the discussion on what we're looking from millennials. So I'll come back, because what I kind of want to see here, are the millennials looking for something different from us, especially in the seafaring profession where, for example, connectivity has become so important. Stamatis, what is your take on this?
I think that the most important factors that we have to take into account are the digitalization and the automation nowadays. I don't think that the criteria, the hard skills that are required to become a seafarer have changed a lot since the last 2,000 years or more, but the means have changed. The means that we are operating the vessels, the means that we are navigating. Now, regarding millennials, as far as connectivity said, I don't think that we have, okay, yes, we can provide, but we cannot spoil, I think. Because as it was with my generation, the previous generation has used to stay on vessels for about 4 or 5 years. I couldn't stay. I stayed about one and something. And I remember my captain was calling me a postman. That I just came to vessel to bring the letters and then just left. So now millennials, I think that they need shorter contracts, okay, connectivity, because it's a part of their lives.
Yeah.
I believe that they can live without their mobiles, as we all could. We all could work before emails. We all could work before mobiles. We all could arrange meetings and everything. So I don't think that this has to do anything, that anything changes from the things that we've said before. A seafarer should be adaptable, open-minded, have critical thinking, so can assess the situations and then act.
Definitely. And Kara, your background is from a recruiting side, of course, and an agency. So clearly you have a lot of interaction with candidates and what they're looking for. So what's your take on whether the younger generations are looking for something different now?
I'm not certain that they're looking for anything so different from a lot of other people. The pandemic made people of all ages reassess their priorities and what they wanted to do with their career and their life, where they wanted to be doing it from and who they wanted to be doing it with. Yes, the millennials do have a different set of expectations, perhaps. Previous generations worked for a salary, then it turned into working for a career. But I think now it's in terms of working for work-life balance, but that's not just for the millennials. So the psychological contract has changed between employer and employee. So now I think there's millennials maybe a bit more so, they need to buy into the ethos of the company, to their values, to their corporate culture. But equally, you know, I see people who are in their 40s and 50s and 60s who are also looking at the changing contract. If the millennials can have these changes, then why should they not also benefit? And I think as long as there's commitment on both sides, it should be a win-win for the employer and the employee, whether they're seafaring or shore-based.
Definitely true, and that actually leads on to the two ladies, Nina and Erpeniki. You come from the HR side of things, and when applicants now come for an interview, are they asking different questions? Do you see different priorities in what they're looking for? Nina, would you like to go first?
Okay, yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to totally agree with Cara. From the HR point of view and interviewing candidates, every day we can see that millennials, having suffered from the economical crisis, from the COVID and so on, yes, they have expectations in the salary, but it is not the most important thing. What they are looking for is for equal working conditions and for career paths. They know that they have to work very hard in order to get what they want. So they are really and well prepared for that. But they are expecting from the companies to be provided with a career path. Moreover, we see here that they are waiting for great installations in the company. They want to work in a very, let's say, great, in a beautiful working environment, and they are digital freaks. So they want to have everything, let's say, prepared, laptops, computers, SharePoint, whatever digital is very important to be included in their package. It's only the basics, the digital. After that, I can say that the career path is very important to be provided.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely more purpose-driven, but it's a very interesting aspect, this digital element. I think I hadn't come across it before or considered that it might be something very important to them. And Erpeniki, what are your thoughts on this and your experiences from candidates that come for interviews?
Okay, I think that most of the the things that the new generations want are covered from the previous panelists. But I would like to say that I think it's quite important to try to avoid these generational stereotypes, because at the end of the day we're all human beings, and we have different motives and aspirations. And I think the most important thing is to invest some time to make to increase the awareness regarding these motives and aspiration. And I think this dialogue should be very vivid in the companies that these applicants and all of us we're working. So I think that I would like to leave this note that conversation and keeping this dialogue alive regarding motives and aspiration is also very crucial, as of course doing the assessment what each generation needs in the first place.
Yeah, that's true. And it's probably, I think you've all kind of mentioned it and touched upon it. It's probably a new era in general rather than a generational thing, and the experiences we've all had over the last few years. But that does lead me on to the next question of kind of if you have any feedback or thoughts on whether there is this gap between what young professionals or applicants are looking for and what maritime can provide. Is there somewhere that you feel we can adapt, improve, or do better in maybe embracing them how through the career progression, upskilling, etc.? Cara, would you like to share your thoughts on that?
I think that's a very individual conversation, actually, because, you know, as I said, the maritime sector is so diverse that I think people coming into it, educating them on the scope. So, for example, I speak with some seafarers, and they don't realize when they come ashore the wide variety of different career paths they could have. So they can be office-based, they can be traveling, you know, visiting ships, keeping that hands-on contact. So I think in terms of having a conversation, it's, you know, what are your passions, your interests, your technical skills? Yes, they come into it. But also knowing that your career can continue to evolve and grow with the organization. You don't necessarily need to leave in order to get that added training and development. And then in return, you get continuity and stability for the company. And you're keeping that expertise that you're helping to shape in-house rather than losing it. I mean, also the ability to travel. I just think it's about keeping that open communication continually as to what the opportunities are and where the person can add value to the organization to achieve that.
Definitely, and I think there's a lot of work that we can be doing on improving this communication and these discussions and raising awareness. So that's most certainly a key element there. Captain Spiros, do you think that there's a gap between what we're looking for, what applicants are looking for, and anything we can be improving or adapting?
Well, I think that as the industry exists and is running, believe that all this that gives to the applicants are in their interest, are of their interest. Like, I mean, as we already have mentioned regarding their wages, so it's a good motive for them, and still the motive is here. You know, the amazing work experience, to work together with different nationalities and having exciting experiences traveling across the world. And even if someone consider the training that someone gets during his service on board or in the office is a very great motive for them, because then they develop themselves more, and then they can be eligible to work outside, even in another industry, in another kind of industry. So this is my opinion on this.
True. Thank you, Captain Spiros. Coming back to Elpiniki and Nina again, being inside an organization, if you can also, in answering that question, if there's something that you have changed to embrace it, it would be interesting to see over the last few years. Elpiniki, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I think that, you know, people need, I think that there is an even more emerging need to be heard and valued, especially during their lives at the office and on board, of course. So I think that we can be a little bit better in creating cultures of empowerment, of inclusion, of you know, all voices can be heard, because all these things are trendy enough, but at the end of the day, what actual things are we doing in our daily work lives to make this happen? And the second point I want to make is that I think that it's very important to focus again on trust building. So people need to feel that they have the psychological safety and the room to practice new skills, to be able to, you know, to check things if they if they work. So we're saying we want to be agile and very open to change, but at the end of the day, we want things to make it happen really quickly, and there is risk. And I mean, how are we going to make changes if we don't give the psychological safety? So yeah,
that's true. You talk very close to my heart on that. But I'll hand over to Nina now to also share her thoughts on this.
Yes, I would agree with the rest of the colleagues, of course. Coming to the gaps, yes, it's an individual case, what gaps you need to fill in. From the last employee survey that we did in our company, and I'm going to speak with our experience, yes, we need to focus, and we already focus in coaching, in training. The new generation cares about learning things, because, as I said before, it's the only way in order to have the career path they want. But I'm going to mention another practical issue here, that the new generation cares about having the job done. They do not care about time, about coming in the office or going home or working from Piraeus or from England. They need about the project. So we are trying to adapt, and we also have a hybrid way of working. So we do not care about where they work. We care about having the job effectively done. So that's the new generation, and we are adapting in everything.
That's so true. I think we have transitioned into this era where deliverables are more important, both to the candidates and to the companies. And it's good if they're on the same page when it comes to this, or else it just creates friction or loss of talent. And last but not least, of course, Tamari, clearly you're in a training academy, so it would be quite interesting to see from your side if you feel there are any gaps there, what can be done differently, and just your thoughts on this.
Well, of course, I agree with all the rest panelists, and I'd like to stress that it is an individual decision, because it's very subjective. But I believe that we do not have to forget that, first of all, we require motivation to join the industry. You need something to say, okay, I will become a seafarer. Mm-hmm. Then you need motivation to stay on the industry. And then you need another motivation to evolve in the industry. I think that most, from what I've seen and from my experience as when I was a cadet or in maritime academy, the biggest motive that they have is the wages. Mm-hmm. Nowadays, because as we said that, yes, of course, they want to have the job done and fast, we have to motivate cadets and generally crews to be more interested and involved in their job. Don't say, okay, these are my duties, for example, because we notice situations like, these are my duties, so I do not care. I won't do anything else. Keeping them involved and engaged and motivated, not just saying, okay, this is my job, I did it. This is how we can move forward and help them join and recruit more persons and more people on vessels.
Definitely, I think that's also quite a very valid point there, and a very insightful answer to that question, even though it is quite particular. My next question is, and we've already kind of touched on how this industry is changing. There's a lot of challenges / opportunities like decarbonization, innovation going on, automation, digitalization, and all the rest. Do you feel that this opens new career opportunities? Is it making it more attractive? And maybe I'll go to the seafaring aspect of it, because Captain Spiros, you talked earlier a lot about how ports are changing, how vessels are changing. How do you see this making the industry more attractive? Are there more career prospects in that respect?
Yes, Actually, as Stamatis mentioned before, no matter, yes, digitalization and all this decarbonization, all this artificial intelligence is coming. However, I should say that all this automatization needs, first of all, soft skills. Otherwise, you cannot support all this, let's say, structure, this new coming structure. And in order to support this structure, you have to be well, let's say, aware about all these soft skills that will make you resilient and more effective to manage all this new stuff. So I would say that communication and teamwork are the key elements for the team on board to adapt to the new challenges.
You kind of preempting my following question, which is the it's not serious, but I will come back to that in a second. Stamatis, your take on this? Do you feel that this new era, with its challenges and opportunities, is opening new paths, making it attractive?
So, excuse me, but I couldn't listen to the last statement. What you say?
My thoughts are on whether the question is rather whether with these challenges we are facing or opportunities such as decarbonizing, innovating, automation, AI, digitalization, is it opening up more career paths for the seafaring profession? And is it also making it more attractive as an industry?
Yes, okay. Well, I think that it's not more only career path, because as technology evolutions are incorporated into the shipping industry, they streamline existing processes, which creates new business opportunities, of course, and transform all the supply chains and trade geography. However, in addition, technological integration reshapes the training needs for future maritime professionals, which is us. Which means that previously you just needed a paper chart, a parallel ruler, a pencil, and a divider. Now, apart from this, you need to know how to operate the egg dish, a computer, and don't see it like, as I have seen, older captains treating them like being something sacred. The eggs. Do not touch it because it may break down, something very sensitive. So I think, yes, of course, we have to integrate this even in our training. So the way the new seafarers are being trained, so they will be able to adapt. It's the thing that we said from the start of our conversation. To adapt
and support this industry through this transition. Elpiniki, again, from the internal kind of part of an organization, are you seeing with this transition new roles opening up within? Do you have new needs? How do you approach this situation?
Yes, I mean, we have seen new roles emerging in the shipping industry, and we have seen the past at least 5 years, at least at Almi Tankers, new roles to fill in fields like cybersecurity, in fields like business intelligence, all the shift on human factors, and all this focus on the human element, both on board, of course, and at the office. So yes, we have seen new roles coming, and we have also seen the difficulty in filling in these vacancies in shipping, because there is least for now, a gap between the new requirements of the shipping industry and the pool of applicants and younger applicants trying to see if shipping is, their career path forward. I think it's also very important here to mention that we need to, make again an inclusive environment so that these new roles with the older, more traditional roles in the shipping industry work harmoniously together. So it's a challenging era.
Definitely. Nina, what are your thoughts on this and experiences?
Yes, nothing stays stable. Everything is changing, so we are adapting, right? Decarbonization and other things are also affecting the environment and us, so we are in the forefront of that. So I can say that our R&D department for the moment, it's working. It's working. Let's say. Hard for the moment. So this has created new roles that we are looking for, new technologies that we are adapting in order to support, let's say, the business. So internally and externally, we are trying to adapt. Sometimes in order to keep up with those changes, you need also to change your organizational chart, right? To change the way you work with the client. You work internally to have new, not only new roles but also new functions. So we can see that yes, there is sometimes a gap on what we are looking for and the pool of applicants, but when we focus on millennials and Generation Z, there is a fruitful pool of candidates there, because the new talents, they are really passionate with learning new things, and the digital area has affected them so much. So yes, we need to adapt, and we are adapting. You cannot do else.
And it's very refreshing to see, actually, from both of you being within organizations, that you appreciate and understand and are stressing that you need to adapt as an organization. It's not just about wanting to go in one direction and the talent that's out there. It's also what are we doing internally to accommodate. And Kara, of course, last but not least, do you see requests for new roles? Is that changing?
It's definitely been changing over the last 5 to 8 years. I would say it's accelerated. I think we've probably worked through the biggest changing environment over the last few decades, probably the last 20 years. With the advent of IT, particularly into maritime connectivity, probably pushed along. Finally, with the assistance of the pandemic, to make us go online, to collaborate more online with Teams and SharePoint, etc. So I think digitalization has definitely seen new roles opening up with IT implementation on board vessels, but also now with decarbonization and fleet efficiency, looking at software to monitor the ship. To see, how she's reacting in different weather patterns, measuring that data and then analysing it leads to roles ashore in terms of actually looking at the information. What does it teach us? What can we learn from it? How can we adapt from it? Through to developments on the ship construction. How can we make the ships perform better, more economically? We're seeing advances in hull design, paint technologies, sails, all of these different things are coming in to decarbonize maritime. And we're seeing people from other sectors, construction, for example, coming into maritime to lend their skills, because again, they're a little bit more advanced. Shipping can be a little bit slow to adapt sometimes.
Yeah, we are not known for being the most proactive industry in the world. Having said that, though, I'm going to kind of combine the next two questions because we're running out of time, but I do want your take on it. We've talked a lot about soft skills, and there's also these new roles that are emerging. So I would like first your thoughts on whether the soft or the technical skills are more important at the moment, and if it's either, which would be the top one, and also if there is one thing that you could change that would have an immediate impact on making us more attractive as an industry to youth, whether from within shipping already or outside shipping, what would that one thing be? Maybe I'll start with Elpiniki. I see her nodding her head, and I'll do that.
I'm trying to put everything together, so it's a very vast theme to cover in 1 minute and a half. So if I can say the most critical for us skill at the moment is a human skill, is having a growth mindset, is actually being open to challenges, and I like the word growth mindset instead of, again, the very fancy word of resilience, which is very trendy at the moment. So I would say we need people with the capacity to bend without breaking. This is in terms of skills. And the second point you made, Gina, sorry, I was nodding, but probably I was not very actively listening at that point.
Is there one thing that you would change to attract more talent to your company, for example, from outside the industry and within?
Yeah, so I would say that investing more in creating a culture where values are the cornerstone of everything we do, I think will give us the competitive advantage of dealing with all this complexity and all these challenges that we have ahead of us. So yes, a strong vote on values and trust.
True. Captain Spiros, your take on this, the one thing we could be doing to immediately make the industry more attractive, and what is the most important skill that we need?
I recently read in a magazine a very interesting statement. Charterers don't buy the boat, they buy the crew. So as you can understand, I am a strong supporter of the soft skills. So I would say, yes, I agree with Elpiniki, and since we are working in a very, let's say, multicultural industry, and the relations are very, very, very difficult. I believe that someone should focus on the communication skills. This is the basis, I believe so. And the leadership skills in order for the leader to, to bring the team together. When it comes to your second question, what I would like to change in the industry, maybe I would like to move from the traditional way and create an environment who all employees would speak up and share. And the reason is, there are two reasons for this. First of all, to share the information, because if you share the information, all the other guys are feeling engaged and involved, which is the key for success.
Very interesting how all of you, one way or another, are talking about this cultural shift that we need. Cara, what's your take on this?
So in terms of the one thing that I would like to change about the industry, I think I would like it to promote itself more, because, you know, so little is really known, I find, in the majority of populations around the world in terms of the contribution that the maritime industry has to their lives and the impact that it can have. The only time it became aware, I think, generally, was when we have instances like the Ever Given getting stuck in the Suez Canal and people then not knowing why their goods are being delayed. And potentially the price at the petrol pump because of the current war situation that we have going on, and the energy crisis. But I think, you know, I talk to people in the maritime industry and most people know somebody or have a relative who used to work in it, and that's how they came across it. But the majority, you know, they have that direct connection. Very few people come to it by accident. I'm actually one of those few. I fell into it purely by chance. But I think if we can share that excitement with the general public about this as a career choice rather than banking or tech or marketing or finance or, you know, all of those other multitude of careers that we're competing with, and really build that excitement about it's a global industry. We collaborate on a global basis. There is great diversity. You know, you can add value. You can have that sense of belonging and achievement. But essentially, you're lending your hearts and your minds to the industry and really working in partnerships. So I think, if we could promote ourselves a bit more and attract all of this potential talent, we would all benefit.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And I mean, it's just so unfortunate that we're not sharing the narrative of how important and exciting this is, especially with the younger generation being so purpose-driven. I mean, it's the industry that makes the world go round. So yeah, so true. And Nina, what's your take on this?
Yes, actually, as I mentioned before, we are adapting. The market is changing, so we are adapting. Despite that, this doesn't mean that we need to move from a more traditional leadership way of thinking in being real leaders, reorganizing internal structure, having knowledge sharing on that. And I would really insist here in the digital transformation. If I would say something that takes us and moves us from the traditional way of thinking to a new area of thinking, is the digital transformation. So I think that all the other colleagues covered everything, but we should focus. We should focus on that. It's really important. The new generation wants it. The area wants it. The market wants it. So moving from traditional ways to new ways, practically one of these things should be the digital transformation, to my point of view.
True, very, very important aspect of it. And Stamatis, your thoughts on this?
Well, I think that, first of all, we shouldn't forget, let's say, the basics, okay? Because I have heard a lot regarding soft skills, which I totally agree. But shouldn't we have at least basic hard skills, like, let's say, some solid academic background, and see how we can improve that? Mm-hmm. Because I know that I'm being absurd to mention it, but it's soft skills cannot be quantified. This doesn't mean that hard skills, because that they can't quantify it, matter more. Because even if you are the best professional in the world, if you cannot cooperate in an environment like a vessel or like a maritime company, then the environment itself will reject you. But I would like to emphasize that, of course, we have to promote, because I think it was a very good suggestion, to promote our industry, our vocation, and not just the basic things that we have. Say, okay, yes, we know it has a very good salaries. This means that as a counter motive, wherever you find same salary, you say, okay, yes, I will do this. You may say that we have to promote our vocation because we can see the world. We can travel in places that, for example, my friends, except if they are seafarers, they haven't seen and they will not see in their lives, or they will not have the opportunity to see it. I think that we have to search somewhere else than saying, okay, yes, than the traditional ways of, let's say, luring cadets in the industry.
True, again, a very, very valid point. And I think all of these questions could be discussions on their own, but unfortunately we're kind of wrapping up this session. So I have a final question for all of you. If you could answer or give an elevator pitch, for example, in 60 seconds of your key message or advice to the young people who are interested in joining this industry, what would it be? Cara, would you like to go first?
Unfortunately, I can't do that succinctly because it'll very much depend on what area of the industry they're looking to go into. But I think commitment and dedication is definitely what it takes to work in this industry. Although the salaries might be attractive, there are many other industries now that are competing. Yes, it gives great opportunity to travel the world, but equally then that's time away from your family. So there's always a trade-off. So I think in terms of coming to the industry, you have a career that will continually evolve, a career that can definitely open up opportunities around the world. And as your own personal circumstances might change, the roles that are open to you in the industry can adapt to those changes where you can still contribute and give to the industry and be rewarded in return. So yeah, I think variety. There's so much variety in this industry that it can move with you throughout your life phases.
Exactly, that's actually a very true aspect of it that should be highlighted and stressed. Captain Spiros, your 60 minutes pitch to or advice to the younger generation.
Thank you. I would say that shipping is a challenging and very exciting. Every day is a different day. We have problems, solutions, and again problems. So if someone loves the adventure, then he has to go for it. And it's an industry, with many challenges, fast development, and very interesting life. But if you are passionate with your job, then you can succeed.
Passion, key, of course. Stamatis?
I'd like to say that to new cadets because as we discussed from the seaside that get involved. It's one vocation that first of all we have almost ensured vocational rehabilitation, very fast promotion, but as every pro comes with a con. There is a trade-off to everything. The money comes missing from your family. The high salary comes again with a lot of responsibilities. If you're not afraid to take responsibilities and be useful and productive, then I think this is a very good vacation that you should follow, and I believe you will not regret it. They will not.
A very positive note to close your statement. Nina?
Okay, yes, it's a very long, let's say, discussion, but in that time, I would say that to the new talents, to the new generation, they want to come to the maritime industry. There are plenty of roles, plenty of jobs, even in the pure maritime, either in or in the supportive, let's say, industries, like First, for example, right? So set a goal and stick to that. The way will not be very easy, but set a goal, stick to that, and learn. Be all ears, right? So that is my advice to the new generation and to new talents that want to join us.
Fantastic. And last but not least, of course, Arpinigi.
Yes, yeah, the shipping industry is widely known as a high-risk industry and very demanding one. So this should be kept in mind when applying for positions in this industry. And I would say quality and diligence and persistence are very important, because for many people out there, it's a very glamorous industry as well. But a lot of hard work is essential in order to grow in this industry.
Very, very true. And I think as we wrap up this very insightful session, which could probably go on for a whole day in itself, what we can conclude on, and probably unanimously agree, is that there isn't a perfect applicant. You need to create that perfect applicant, and you also need to be creating the infrastructure from within organizations and supporting services to build up that perfect candidate and make our industry more resilient, or have the growth mindset that it needs to accept and embrace this perfect candidates or applicants. Thank you very much to all of the panelists for joining us today, and to everybody who has been watching. Elpiniki Stylioriani, who is the HR manager at Almi Tankers, Nina Natsolari, HR manager at Erma First, Captain Spiros Kyriakopoulos, the training manager at Prime, and Kara Carter, who is the director of Halcyon Recruitment, and of course Stamatis Tsanakis, who is the program lead at Deck Division at the Maritime Academy of the Metropolitan College. I was Gina Panayotou. Thank you to everyone, and thanks for this very insightful discussion. I hope you very much enjoyed it. And of course, on a final note, many thanks to Safety4Sea for hosting us at their CAREER4SEA virtual forum. I think it's a much needed forum as the times are evolving, and as we're trying to attract more talent and build a more resilient and sustainable industry. And thank you very much, of course, to Apostolos for the invitation. Thank you.
The ever-changing landscape of young talent recruitment is shifting. In order to be more competitive in the marketplace, we have to understand this trend. An employer and a recruiter has to be able to get out behind their desks, get out with the people, build relationships with colleges, universities, or high school institutions, talk with Gen Zs, become mentors, and really understand how to attract and speak to this young generation. Hi, my name is Sarah, and I've worked for the maritime industry and as a crewing manager, training manager, and manage a cadet program. I currently help people find meaningful work through mentorship and career development, career planning, and consulting. So before we are able to identify ways to attract the young generation, let us look at the top reasons why the young generation choose to work for their current organization. Among the top 3 reasons why they choose to work for their current organization includes good work-life balance, learning and development opportunities, financial benefits such as high salary, and others. Additionally, they also value a positive work culture and opportunities to grow, such as taking on leadership roles. And they also would like to feel a sense of meaning from their work, and they're looking for flexible working models. Having said that, the young generation is purpose-driven and values-oriented. Purpose is critical. Gen Zs and millennials are willing to turn down jobs and assignments which don't align with their values. Having said that, the traditional cookie-cutter recruitment method might not work. In this regard, we should identify ways in order for us to ensure that stellar candidate experience is present in our recruitment initiatives. In this slide, I'd like to introduce a new perspective to career planning. When I was a crewing manager, I defined crew planning or career planning as an opportunity for me to identify open positions in the next 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months. So this is more employer focused. Having said earlier that a stellar candidate experience is important to this young generation, we have to strategically be more personal and get social and encourage this young generation to speak and give us more information on their skill set. We have to individually assess their skill set and individually guide them in order to grow and advance in their personal career journey. So a recruiter who's also a specialist in career advising can help individuals, can help the young generation individuals make informed decisions about their career. So this is a good investment to ensure that there's great satisfaction with the people we hire, with the young people we hire, as well as a greater satisfaction for us as employers for both to ensure the success of each individual candidate and our success as we see them flourish in this career choice as well. Having said that a stellar candidate experience is necessary, we have to spend more time in getting personal and getting social and getting more perspective of what they need and want and the factors affecting their career choices. We remember a time when we were as well very confused as a young professional or as a young student. It is very hard for us when they ask us, what do you want to be in the future? What's your career choice? It is very confusing. And the reason for that is because there are several factors in decision making when you're a young person or a young individual. First and foremost, there's the family and social support, right? Like as a young person, you still also identify as someone who is still connected with your family. In different cultures, the family's decisions or the family's opinions also make a lot of impact in the decision-making process. So as an employer, as a recruiter, having that personal connection, having that impression, whether the candidate values these factors, there's a lot of help. There's a lot of insight in order for us to articulate ways on how we can also fulfill those values, on how the industry could also contribute to those personal needs, right? Like some of these young people, young individuals value globalization, or maybe they would just like to work locally, right? So identify if we are making those personal connections, we could identify and articulate ways on how, even though this is a global organization, still is very localized, identify some positions which are just land-based and skill set that are needed in the land-based sector, right? And so it's very individualized, and same thing with finances. A lot of these young students have some challenges, right? So we could also identify ways on how the industry could also help through cadet programs, right? So each individual is different, and so it is very important for us to find opportunities to also identify what are the factors affecting each of these factors. There are still sub-factors. So when you interview someone, when you get to know someone, you still get a sense whether they could also be successful in the field. And that's also could also be a way of us eliminating those type of candidates as well. So making an informed decision about their careers, not just because they had been influenced by the family, not just because it looks good, right? Like, so making a personal individual choice of joining this industry could lead to greater satisfaction, not just for the people who's choosing that career, but it's also affecting the whole industry itself, right? Like if you love working for that industry, you love waking up and making more contribution. And so it starts from when we're looking for young candidates, when we're joining job fairs. It's not just more about information sharing, but it's more about establishing relationships as well, and talking to these students and identifying their needs and giving them information so that on their own they could choose and they are happy with this decision. And if we're choosing happy candidates, fulfilled candidates who are really looking forward to work in this industry, then it's a success for them, but more as a success for for us as employers. So there are different career paths in the maritime industry, and we are all aware of this, but the young generation, they're not aware of the different stepping stones or the different areas where they could also share their purpose and value. And so the recruiter or someone who's joining job fairs or someone who's making relationships with different institutions, high school institutions, post-secondary institutions, or wherever the Gen Zs are, should be able to articulate each and every skill set of these positions or more positions which are not included in here. For sure, there are more transferable skills or skill set that we can share to the young generation and make it more personal. How will it be more attractive to them based on their personal need and values? And as someone who has worked in the industry, we are very confident that the industry has a lot to offer, not just the pay. There's a lot of contribution to the world, to the globalization, to the economy, and that's a very big purpose, and that's a very good purpose and value that we can articulate to the young generation. And it should be quantifiable, and we should present that in such a way wherein we could also offer a lot of information about problem solving. We are technology driven, and we like innovation, and we have to make it more personal as well, as based on the need of the person who's looking for a prospective career in the maritime industry. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons, there's a lot of great opportunities, but again, we have to make sure that we provide stellar candidate experience. So how can they feel that these benefits are not just a slide to show? How can they talk to mentors? They should find a role model. They should find someone whom they could speak to, and they could provide opportunities for them to see this, right? Like to see what meaningful work looks like. What do you mean by a dynamic, fast-paced culture, and how will I, in my type of personality, would I be able to succeed in this type of culture? We have to be more open to opportunities, to open the industry for them to see it, experience it firsthand before they decide and pursue this choice. So yeah, I do only have a few minutes to share, but if you'd like to speak more, keep in touch, and I'll give more of my information. And to CAREER4SEA, so that you could reach out to me, and so we could identify ways on how we can identify processes for a stellar candidate experience in order for you to attract the Gen Zs and the millennials to choose to join the shipping industry. Thank you, and have a good session for today.
Hi, my name is Bjarke Jakobsen. I'm a consultant in Green Jakobsen, former master mariner, now working globally as a leadership training facilitator. We know for a fact that leadership has a tremendous influence on performance and on the well-being of the crew. But what leadership style is required to shape a more diverse, equal, and inclusive maritime industry? In my presentation, I will describe a small scenario based on real events and share how you can identify what key behaviors our leaders on board should prioritize to enable them to embrace youngsters in our industry. During the presentation, I will use the term leadership toolbox. And what is that? Well, it's just a metaphor for the capacity of the leaders on board to lead, and the building blocks of such capacity are the soft skills, skills that can be learned and developed over time. When looking through the leadership toolbox of the onboard leaders we have in our industry today, can we say they have the skills that help them cope with the ever-changing realities on board and thereby shape an attractive industry for our youngsters? The recent pandemic has been really an eye-opener for many shipping companies. The leaders who have the right leadership capabilities have been able to navigate and pass through the stormy waters in the form of the pandemic, both in relation to the crew and in relation to the company, while those who lack the skills fell short. Take, for example, the delayed crew change. Let's follow Captain Edwards and Captain George, who are on board different vessels that are run by the same company. Let's see how these two captains managed the situation. The ships are on their way to Singapore. On both vessels, two of the younger ratings were due for replacement 3 months earlier. But because of local COVID-19 restrictions, it had not been possible for the shipping company. Neither to arrange crew change during the port calls made so far. Captain Edwards and Captain George have been doing what they can to handle the situation, but the outcome has always been far from what the ratings have been expecting. One of the ratings has seen on Facebook that Singapore has made an opening for arranging crew change if shipping companies would pay for the authorities' cost for tests, quarantine at a hotel, protection equipment, etc. On board vessel A, Captain Edwards talked to the two ratings and told them that he, together with the chief officer, would verify the Facebook post. He also asked the two ratings about the reasons they were eager to go home, so that he could communicate to the office what could be done as an alternative to address the ratings' concerns. The ratings agreed to wait for the result of the Facebook post verification and what the company could do for them instead. Captain George of Vessel B realized the seriousness of the situation, but he isolated himself in his cabin, avoiding the questions from the crew. He ordered the chief officer to claim that the Facebook post was fake news. The atmosphere on board became tenser. The ratings insisted it was a fact, and they threatened to contact ITF on arrival in Singapore if the company did not take action to replace them there. Captain George showed up in the mess only at meals and was uncommunicative and reserved. This affected the mood of the rest of the crew negatively. They started to think that the company were not caring for them. Both captains in the scenario have their leadership toolbox, but this kind of situation called for a strong leadership skill. And are they in place in the toolbox? Leaders like Captain Edwards have the capability to get messages from the office through to the crew. They know how to listen and to communicate the concerns of the crew members to the office. They can bridge the gap between the opposing interests of the two parties, the crew and the company. As a result, their team members project the same positive attitude and remain focused and motivated to help solving the problem at hand. Meanwhile, leaders like Captain George find it difficult to handle and discuss the situation with the crew. They tend to avoid having difficult conversations, especially when they don't know how to do so or how to solve the issue. Consequently, their team members feel disoriented and perform only out of frustration and pressure. While being able to come out of top of every crisis is one thing, leading on a daily basis is another. The demanding and dynamic onboard working environment also requires leaders who can direct their attention to areas that need it. One example is to embrace youngsters and become more diverse, equal, and inclusive, which includes working and interacting with seafarers from other countries. The fact that a vessel is usually run by a multicultural crew makes it a diverse workplace with misunderstandings, disagreements, and conflicts can happen due to the cultural differences. But having culturally aware leaders makes a difference. Often, as an instructor in leadership subjects, I hear that the leaders find it hard to deal with the different cultures on board and how to stimulate positive discussions about cultural differences. I experience that it's always well received by my course participants when they learn how to be observant of the practices that are commonly displayed by a particular group of crew members. How can our maritime leaders get a better overview of what they have in their leadership toolbox? In other words, how can we direct their attention to what needs to be improved and provide the right guidance? Let me mention some here to consider. We know from the many safety maturity assessments that we have conducted over the years that the results very often point to leadership as an area that needs improvement. This is one way to reveal the weak and strong areas, which involves the whole organization. Making assessment tools available for our participants, for example, a self-assessment questionnaire and a so-called 360-degree feedback exercise, gives them a picture of their current capabilities based on their own and other people's perceptions. These tools create self-awareness, and they are included in our leadership program to help leaders focus on their own development needs. Well-prepared surveys can also give an answer to where focus is needed. An example is our crew safety diagnosis survey, which is part of our safety delta process. This survey has a section related only to leadership on board. Like a doctor's diagnosis, the crew safety diagnosis survey indicates what is okay, what hurts, and what needs to be improved in relation to onboard leadership. So, if we want to promote the dynamic profile of our industry towards the younger generation, we must give the maritime leaders we have on board the opportunity to review their leadership toolbox. This would be a very good starting point for identifying and developing the skills they miss or lack before problems arise or anything goes wrong, but also for building on the capabilities they already have, enabling them to be good role models, and over time, to become better at embracing the youngsters we have in our industry. Thank you very much for listening. Have a great day ahead.
Viewers and friends, welcome to the third panel of 2022 CAREER4SEA Forum. In this panel, we have a number of seafarers who have had first-hand experience of life on board. Seafarers are key workers who keep the maritime industry moving. More than 80% of the cargo is delivered by sea. Seafarers' work is unique and essential, but at the same time is mentally and physically demanding. In that regard, maritime stakeholders have joined forces and launched many initiatives to support our seafarers, while currently in industry's busy agenda, crew welfare is a top issue. But let's hear from our panelists who are the right people to give us the real picture of life on board. Now let me introduce our panelists in alphabetical order. We have Mr. Alexandru Kovalenko, who is Chief Officer on board crude oil tankers of Euronav fleet. We have Captain Panagiotis Georgulopoulos, who works with Maram Dry Management. We have Mr. Dimitrios Skilafis, who is a Chief Engineer and works with Maram Gas Maritime. We have Captain Theodoros Simiakos, who works with Maram Tankers Management. And we have Captain Nicholas Tsakalis, who is Master on board Aframax Suezmax vessels of Kyklades Maritime Corporation. So welcome. Our discussion is going to focus on the key challenges that you face while on duty. So we would like to hear from you your feedback, lessons learned from your experience so far, what a career at sea looks like, and what are the career prospects. So feel free to give us your feedback and advice to young people who are interested in joining shipping. Now, I would like to start with my first question and ask you, why you selected a career at sea? What were the reasons behind at the time that you made this decision? Was it a family tradition, something else? Alexandru, what is your feedback?
Yes, good day to everybody, to all of my colleagues. I'm a chief officer. I'm working for Euronav, and all of us came to work on the vessels. I believe the main thing, everybody searching for the good salary to provide a good life for them and for their families, and I am also among this kind of people. My father also working at sea. He's a captain. So I had some thoughts when I was young, when I was choosing my profession, and I had a speech with my father regarding this, and he told me that you can be anyone you like, but if you will choose this way, you will be sure that you will always have a decent life, and it is not kind of profession that can disappear or become not needed. It will be always needed because of the huge transportation that shipping making for the years, and it could not be substituted by any other means of transportation. So this is shortly my story.
Thank you. Captain Panagiotis, what are your thoughts?
First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation to join to this panel. I want to speak about my uncle. I have, when I was a child, my uncle is many years at sea. He's a captain, and he inspired me about the stories to travel to new countries and found new people, talk with new people, see new civilization like that. And also the salary, for me, it was very important. And you can found after the college, when you complete your college, you can found easy job.
Thank you. Thank you. Dimitris, your thoughts? Why you selected a career at sea?
Good afternoon also from my side. Thank you for your invitation. So I choose the seafarer career because it's very interesting job. a very strong job. And I strongly believe that the most important thing is the good salary. That's why I chose this kind of job.
Thank you, Dimitris. Captain Theodoros, your thoughts?
Hello, good afternoon from my side. Thank you for hosting me in this great initiative. How I choose the career at sea? My father was at sea, was a formerly chief engineer, and so this had a great influence over my selection of the career path. Of course, when you are 18 years old, you are not 100% sure what you want to follow over your life. However, over the years, I realized that I like this job, I love this job, and has a great opportunities and in order to develop myself. So here we are now discussing.
Wonderful. Captain Nikolaos, what about you?
Good afternoon from me too. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. So I had also family that they were seamen, so they gave me the opportunity to search for it. But I think I was a true romantic at the time. You know, open sea, new countries, new people, something like that. That's it.
Okay, thank you. You have already mentioned, all of you, that this is an exciting world and you are very happy for your decision. So I would like to know what is the most challenging issue that you face on board. Captain Panagiotis, your thoughts? Captain Panagiotis, you are muted. Captain, yes.
The biggest challenge is the nature of the work. For example, on board, because the vessel is always at sea and exposed to the weather conditions. Sometimes bad weather, sometimes good weather. So you cannot protect from the sun, you cannot protect from the rain. But unfortunately, you must complete your working progress. So always check your capabilities. Always test your capabilities. This is the big challenge, and the work in progress you must complete. How to call? You need to complete the work in progress. Okay. Even have bad weather, even have good weather. This is the big challenge for me.
Okay, and thank you for the advice, Dimitris. What is the biggest challenge for you?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there are a lot of challenges seafarers faced on board. Safety mentality from first to last day on board, fighting loneliness, stress and mental health problems, lack of social interaction, assault and bullying, and of course, our health, our body health.
That's true. That's true. These are huge challenges. Captain Theodoros, what are the challenges?
I will agree with Mr. Dimitris, and I would like to add that the most important challenge on board is to keep all the persons and the seafarers on board safe, as they came on board one piece to go to their families back after their contracts in one piece. So the safety is of paramount importance and a big challenge, because you are exposed to weather conditions, to fatigue, of course. So this is the biggest challenge that we have to manage. And apart from that, is to manage the crew in the most effective way, to keep the crew happy, of course, but do all what you have to do in order to complete the job and perform the operations effectively.
Thank you. Captain Nikolaos, what is your take on that?
I believe they said it already. As a father and a husband, my biggest challenge is to cope with the missing of my family, and that you are away and let's say something happens, you cannot do, you are not there to protect or to help them. And as a working environment, the changes, you have to adapt. I think the key word is adaptability. You have to adapt to the weather conditions, to new crew. They are changing all the time. The new vessel, you are not always on the same vessel. So change is a part of life.
Okay, and Alexander, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with all my colleagues, and I want to say that this kind of work requires from you strong mental health and stress resilience skills, because for a long time you're exposed to the many kind of stresses coming from the job, from the people, from work environment, and at the same time you are a long time away from your family, so this requires you to be solid inside.
Thank you. Captain Nikos mentioned as a key skill for a seafarer, adaptability. And this leads me to the next question. From your perspective, what makes a good seafarer? What is required? Captain Dimitris, I will start with you. What are your thoughts? What makes a good seafarer? Dimitris? You are muted.
Okay.
Okay, now, here you go. I can hear you.
Can you repeat, please?
What makes a good seafarer from your perspective?
About the skills?
Yes.
About the skills.
Or from your experience, what it is required for the good seafarer?
Okay. I believe there are 8 core values that every seafarer must have in order to succeed in their career at sea. There are passion, respect, loyalty, responsibility, discipline, tolerance, humility, and generosity. I believe there are a lot of skills, but that are the most important.
Okay, thank you. Captain Theodoros, your thoughts?
From my point of view, there are some core values that can make a seafarer successful in the industry. First of all, a seafarer should be responsible as a person, whichever rank serves, from captain to messman on board, because all ranks on board are particularly important and serve a cause. And the cause, of course, is to save the safe transportation of the cargoes from point A to point B. And a seafarer also should be motivated and always willing to learn, because it's a continuous learning process. Because there are many new regulations and new technologies that are coming on board, and every seafarer should be implement them and be familiar also and adapt with them. Additionally, a seafarer should be able to work in a team. It is not an individual job, so it's a teamwork. It's essential teamwork in our part of the job. And finally, seamanship and knowledge can make a seafarer successful in the industry, and those skills are developed over the time on board, and this requires efforts, strong efforts, and of course knowledge, which is a combination of continuous education and gaining experience.
Thank you. Captain Nikos, your thoughts? What makes a good seafarer?
Experience, as my colleague said, is the key, because I think our job is experiential. But I think it will come. I think the most important thing, adaptability, they should be peckish, okay, but I think they should know where they are coming to. They have to be sure about their choice. Make their choice. If they are sure, stick with it. And I think everybody, they will cope with that. They will find a way to adapt and improve themselves by year.
Wonderful, thank you. Alexander, from your perspective.
I will support which was talked before about the adaptability. By my opinion, this is the first key skill required for any seafarer, because conditions and working environment can be changed unexpectedly, and individuals have to be ready to look at the situation in a new way, to find some alternative solution. Moreover, working on board is not an individual work. Its ability to work as a team is another important skill needed for each seafarer. For those people that are working in the officer position, the leadership skills are must-have skills. Also, proper communication skill is absolutely must-have as well, because having that skill could prevent possible misunderstandings and conflicts between crew members.
Thank you. And Captain Panagiotis.
I agree with the previous panelist, and also I want to add my opinion, of course. A good seafarer is a reasonable seafarer. The skills that they require have to do solely with the communication. If you have a good communication, we can achieve good cooperation and carry on smooth contracts. So the teamwork make a dream work.
Thank you. Now, if we compare life on board today and let's say 10 years ago, what has changed? What has remained the same? What are the differences with regards to the quality of work and life on board now in comparison to 10 years ago? Captain Theodoros.
Many things have changed, and I believe for the best of the seafarers' perspective. First of all, the communication. It is very, very important that, and we are grateful for that, that many companies have free internet access on board, which is essential for the seafarers' well-being, and it's unlimited also. I hope that all companies will provide also free internet for the communication. It is very, very important. You cannot understand this if you are not on board, because you have it all day in your pocket when you are outside. But in the ship, it is very important for the people to stay connected to their families. That has changed the last 10 years in perspective of the crew wellness.
Wonderful. You mentioned communication, and this is a topic that I would like to talk about it in a few minutes and talk about all the challenges. But first, Captain Nikolaos, your thoughts about how life has changed during the last 10 years.
I think my previous colleague, he covered me. Communication changed to the best, the better, since 10 years ago. And now the work, I think, maybe a little bit to the worst. I think the inspections are harder, new systems, the digitalization of the work, and we need to learn and involve with many things since 10 years ago. Ballast exchange, you know, all this.
Okay. Alexander, what has changed?
Yeah, the only one good thing that happened for the last 10 years is internet that become everywhere on the ships. So this is only one positive thing which I see. And regarding the job, it become more complicated. Yes, the requirements still high, even become higher. Environmental requirements increased. We have now new systems for ballast water treating on board, which are new to us, and it's needed some time to become fully, fully ready to feel yourself confident that you are able to do cargo operation, let's say, at the same time ballasting without any issues. So, and also paperwork increased for the last years. So it's become harder, by my opinion.
Captain Panagiotis, how life has changed.
Yes, thank the last 10 years, I think, and year by year, the life of the seaman coming easier. And this, the main factor of this is the internet connection. So the communication is more better for me. Even I have 24 hours at work. If I contact with my family, after I feel rest. Is my opinion, of course. So the communication coming better our life, and year by year, I believe coming more good. And I don't know if the autonomous shipping industry will ever stand, because after years maybe coming autonomous, and I don't know if it will ever stand autonomous. This.
Well, shipping is people, and you have raised an interesting point. We will come back to this later. Yes. Dimitris, your thoughts, how life has changed?
I think what we are going to see is a lot of effort in changing ships construction to get more efficient. Maybe even ballast-free ships, to talk about ballast again. But also propulsion will change. I don't know if the ships size are to become bigger or smaller. It all depends on the global economy. I think shipping is going to stay for good, of course, because it is, as we've heard, the most energy efficiency way of transporting huge amount of cargo over long distances. So shipping is here to stay, but the details are how it is going to develop. Of course, the communication is the most important thing for all crew members on board. And I believe this is the most important thing.
Thank you. It's interesting that you all mentioned that communication has improved, and this is very, let's say, it's of utmost important when you are at sea, in the high seas, and you need to contact with your family and your beloved ones. Now, you mentioned that you have a lot, and we already know that you have a lot of work to do while on duty. But do you have any free time on board? And what is your preferred activity? Alexander.
Yeah, the free time, I believe most of the people, they spend on watching some movies, maybe playing games. It depends on the ship. It varies from ship to ship. Some people like doing sports. So this is important to keep welfare of the crew at a good level all the time. So people can spend their free time to relax a little bit from all these stresses that they accumulate during their duties.
Thank you. Captain Panagiotis, do you have free time, and what is your preferred activity?
Yeah, thanks. Of course, you have a free time, and the vessel is equipped with a gymnasium and very good equipment inside, so you can go to gymnasium. For me, for example, when I finish my job in my free time, I work. If have good weather, I like to work outside in the deck, in the open area, 1-2 hours. So I take a fresh air. So my free time, or I watch movie. Of course, communication with my family, or I work on decks. Okay.
Thank you. Captain Theodoros, your thoughts?
Yes, I agree with my colleagues. Of course, you have free time on board. Most of the times you have a free time on board, but you have to set a program to your free time. I mean, you have to socialize with the other crew members on board. You have to take your time by your own to go to the gym if you are a guy that goes to gym or girl that goes to gym. But me, what I do, I'm reading books. And as I said before, I socialize because it's essential part of our free time to socialize on board.
Now, Captain Nikolaos.
I like to keep also a program. So there are a few days for working out, a few days for reading books, Now, the socializing depends on the crew. Sometimes you have crew that you can say a few words, you know, more than the job. Sometimes not. Depends.
I see. And this interestingly leads me to my next question about social life on board. So what are the barriers? How easy is to be social on board? And what actions do you take in order to enhance social life on board? Captain Panagiotis.
Yes, thank you. I think my opinion is very hard because always you change a crew member, and also is a different nationality. For example, me, I like to close up to my crew like a, let's say, party, like a barbecue, like a social, we collect everybody, we make some meetings. I am more friendly with the crew and all the officers. I like to more friendly. This is, I believe, to come more closer to the crew.
So a barrier will be the different nationalities on board, and
yes, yes, this is very important.
Okay, and Dimitris, what are the barriers to socializing on board?
The most important barrier for socialization is the different mentality of every seafarer. This is the most important thing for socialization.
And what actions, what are the measures in order to enhance life on board and try to gather the different mentalities and have a social life?
So we are trying to approaching all crew members. I believe there are a lot of common communication. For example, for the Ukrainian war, there are a lot of communication. So you have to approach everybody on board.
Okay, thank you. Captain Theodoros, what are the barriers from your perspective?
I agree with Dimitris totally. First of all, the barriers are the cultural differences, first of all. And then, as Captain Nikos said, maybe you are not fit with the rest of crew members on board, but still it is very, very important to try to socialize, because it is good for you, first of all, for our health, but you can see also things, other things. What I mean, if a seafarer is not feeling well, is not okay, if you not socialize, you will never learn that he is not okay. So I believe it's of paramount importance to socialize on board and be close to the crew and not divide to crew and officers, be close to everyone on board in order to see, as a captain also, that everything is going okay on board.
Do you organize some activities, let's say on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, in order to all together come and have an event, let's say?
First of all, every day we are gathering during coffee time and during lunch and dinner. I try to everybody to be there at that time. Weekly, of course, we are organizing some activities. Whatever, let's say the crew, maybe they would like to sing the karaoke, let's say, or we would like to watch a movie. There is not something special, but this strengthens the bonds between the seafarers on board.
That's true. Captain Nikolaos, what are the barriers from your perspective for socializing on board?
Actually, I don't think there are any barriers. Even if we are Filipino or Greek or Ukrainian, you can find a common ground to talk. The thing is, as the chief engineer said, that mentality. Somebody maybe doesn't like to come and watch a movie or drink coffee. Okay, but as Captain Theodore said, you have to be aware, because maybe he doesn't like because he has something else to do. Maybe there is something wrong. Maybe he has a personal problem. It's up to each and every one of us, either you are a captain or an AB or an OS, to know and try to find out if your colleague that he lives next to you is okay, and if you can do something to help him.
Thank you. Alexander. Your thoughts?
Yeah, this is one of the most difficult parts in our job, is this absence of, how to say, normal social life like we have here at home. So people are exposed to confined spaces of the ship, and there are some negative effects coming from it. So, and plus difference in mentality, because people are from different countries, and plus sometimes yes, somebody can have some issues at home, and to fix all this and to keep under control, and to be sure that it's visible who has problems or not. It's very important to make a good atmosphere inside the crew. It's people should collect regularly together to do some things that they're interesting, whatever, how it was said before, singing karaoke or playing games, or just watching some movies or whatever. This is important part of shipment.
Thank you. Now, you referred also, you mentioned, you have already mentioned many issues that enhance welfare at sea. It's, as already mentioned in the beginning, it's a top issue for our industry. And I would like to hear your overall assessment, your thoughts with regards to welfare at sea. Are you happy? Do you see any progress? And are there any areas that need focus improvement? So, Alexander, what are your thoughts on that?
Regarding internet, I believe the quality of the coverage in the future, it has to be increased, because ships that are working on the international trade, they are not always having good coverage. Specifically in the Pacific Ocean, there are some dead spots, and I believe for the future it should be changed. It should have to be improved, and also control have to be taken regarding welfare equipment, the gymnasium equipment or whatever. So crew member wishes have to be taken into account so everybody to be happy.
Thank you. Captain Managiotis, what is your take on this?
Yes, thank you. I agree with the previous panelist. Actually, we don't have any big problem with the internet, but I think year by year must be more good signal, so you have more good communication. Now, year by year, all the companies try to fix the internet connection. So I don't have any very important issue. That's all for me.
Okay, Dimitris, your thoughts about crew welfare at sea?
Yeah, I believe the ship industry, they can improve also the internet network. Also the food, the social activities on board. For example, they can add some extra games, how to connect the countries, the different cultures. And they try to improve all this kind of, how I can say, all these difficult parameters, for example. But I believe strong that there are a lot of improvements, of course.
Wonderful. Captain Theodoros, your thoughts with regards to welfare at sea?
I agree with the previous panelists, and there is great improvement over the previous years, of course, as also my colleagues said regarding the internet. But the issue with the well-being at sea emerged during COVID, because during COVID many seafarers suffered on board. more than 1 year, more than 18 months on board. So they realize how important is the well-being of the seafarers from the shipping companies.
That's true. Captain Nikolaos, your thoughts?
I think it's a working project, day by day. The companies are doing, I believe, the best they can do regarding internet. We have a gymnasium. The food is good. We have games. We don't know. We are, as you said before, I think 1.6 million seafarers. So 1.6 million characters, different. It's a day-by-day project. I think maybe after now that, let's say, COVID passed, maybe we can go ashore. Because in many ports we cannot even go ashore, for 1 hour. I think it's important for the people that they are inside in a vessel for 4 and 5 months, at least 1 or 2 hours to feel like normal, eat somewhere out would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Now, considering that your occupation is very demanding and very challenging, and at the same time, considering the global challenges that you faced, the pandemic, what are your thoughts, your advice to fellow crew members in order to remain resilient? What is your, let's say, your secret recipe in order to overcome the difficulties? How did you manage? So, Captain Panagiotis.
Yes, due to Corona, we have many problems. So all the officers and the leader must stay calm in order to calm also the crew, because they think also not possible to go outside, not possible sometimes to disembark. So we need to calm all these crew members. So my plan is I stay more calm, because every day always sometimes you have a problem, and so you need to stay calm and also to calm the rest of the crew. This is my plan, and also this.
Thank you. Dimitris, what is your secret recipe to overcome the challenges?
Yeah, I agree with previous panelists. It's impossible, the crew changes on board, so all seafarers must stay calm, because everybody knows that the most of seafarers has a family, so you prefer to see your family, your girls, your friends. So everybody must stay calm, and I believe in the future that everything will be same like before.
Okay, Captain Theodoros, your thoughts?
First of all, there is no any secret recipe to overcome those challenges. I believe the key point is the close communication with the crew members and listen to them. At that period, we could not do many things rather than communicate with seafarers and try to keep the things calm on board, because it was not in my hand, it was not in the company's hand. Every nation back then was closed. Hopefully we have changed page, and this is a story that has already passed in most of the years, because China, you see, now, until now is imposing restrictions, as I know. The next step now is to, as mentioned before from Captain Nikos, as I remember, the shore leave. The shore leave, it's beneficial for the crew in order to be okay on board.
Thank you. Captain Nikolaos.
If we cannot do anything, there is not a recipe. If we cannot disembark, we cannot disembark. Don't forget, we are working on a vessel. If you cannot do it, you cannot do it. I think, as everybody said, we had to remain calm. We had to calm our colleagues also through discussion, first of all. And the other thing I did, as I was inside in my company, if there was a problem, a family problem, that the company tried to give a solution, since the seafarer couldn't go home.
Thank you. And Alexander? Your thoughts?
Yes, I agree with all previous statements, and world reacted to coronavirus issue whatever it could. It was many measures, different measures implemented, vaccination, lockdown, and now this is not how to say, we already the most hit part we passed, and the only one thing we can do is to stay calm, to understand this situation, and from our side we cannot do anything, and it's a good thing that all of us, we have a job, and we can provide money to our families, and we can stay in touch. How we mentioned before, the communication quality has been increased last year, so it's a good thing to at least to be in touch with the families to survive this hard time.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned at the beginning that this is an exciting job to do, but you also refer to the many challenges that you face, especially during the global challenges. And thank you for your honest feedback. Now, my question is, would you recommend that career at sea to your children? I think most of you have children already, or to your relatives. So, Dimitris, what is your overall assessment? Would you recommend it?
Yeah, of course, I agree with you. I want to recommend this job to all new children. So I would like to inform every new person who's starting their seafarer career now that this job is one of the most interesting and powerful jobs. Also, they say they should focus on the following advices. First of all is the safety first. They must be obedient and respect of every seafarer on board. But I want to recommend this job for everybody.
Thank you. Kate Theodoros, your thoughts?
I agree with Dimitris, and absolutely I recommend the job to my friends, to their kids, because these jobs can provide you many things. Not only, we're not talking about money only, but also development. If you have aspirations, you can follow this career path, and if you will be successful. If you are dedicated, you will be successful in this because they give you opportunities. So it's a sea of opportunities, as they say also, this job.
Thank you. Captain Nikolaos, your thoughts?
I recommend already to people, then children that I meet. I tell them all the pros and the cons by my side, and I believe it's an adventurous job. You never get bored, and you always improve yourself, either on your knowledges or yourself. You know, your mentality and your thoughts and everything.
Thank you. Alexander, what is your take on this?
Yes, I want to add one more thing, that when you start this career, the hardest part is for you and for your family to accept this your long absence. So for the people which coming from seamen's families, it's more easy because they already know it from the childhood, from the birth. They already feel it. They know what kind of life it is. So, but for the people, I will recommend this profession. But for the people that are not from the seamen's families, I will specifically highlight this kind of thing, that he have to be ready to accept this unusual condition.
Okay. Captain Panagiotis.
I agree with all panelists, and also me, I recommend it to all the children. But this job needed to learn, to study in order to follow the progress. It's very hard, very difficult job. So they need to have a power, strength inside and also outside. So my opinion is one good job, salary, of course, and you can find easy work. So I would recommend it.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you remember the best piece of advice you've been ever given with regards to your career? Would you like to share? Captain Theodoros.
The best piece of advice. The best piece of advice was given from my father back in the very beginning of my career, and he told me one thing, that if you do not love this job, you will never be successful. At that time, I didn't realize this advice, but over the years, I realized that if you want to be successful in this work, in this career, you have to love your job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Captain Nikolaos, do you remember the best piece of advice?
I have an uncle that he gives me even now advice every time he sees me. He was a seaman, so every time he has something new.
Okay.
Anyway, I think keep your ears open. You will hear a lot of things, and you have to filter. You have to filter what you like to keep and what you like to throw. As I said earlier, it's an experiential job, so you have to be ready to get the experience of other people and make it your own. Use it for your best.
Thank you. Alexander.
Yes, so I am another one guy from the Siemens family, and also I have my own story about my father. So my father told me, like, sea loves strong people. This is best advice, which I tested after, and this is 100% truth.
Thank you. Captain Panagiotis, what about you?
Yes, thank you. When I decided to follow this job, my uncle, because my family, I have only one uncle, is a seaman, is a captain. Now he retired, of course. He told me 3-4 words: respect the sea in order to respect you. That's all.
Thank you. Dimitris.
I believe the best advice told me my parents, first of all, to be a human, and then to be a good engineer. Also, they try to explain me to be always safe, to come back to the airport and do not miss any finger, anything. So I believe the most important thing again is the safety.
Thank you. Now, do you have, let's say, a mentor in your career to you? Do you have an influential person would you like to tell us about? Captain Nikolaos.
Hard question. I met a lot of colleagues older than me, as I was an apprentice and second officer, captains. As I told you before, I had my ears open. I heard a lot. I kept some they didn't fit in my mentality, so I either disregard or adjust them, adapt.
Okay, thank you. Alexander, do you have a mentor in your career to you? An influential person?
You mean person who influenced me?
Yes, with regards to your career at sea.
Well, I stayed I was working with many good people. Not all of them were good, but I was lucky to work with some old, experienced people that always gave a good advice and give opportunity to learn. And I cannot say about some one specific person, but there were many of them, and I was lucky with people, as I think.
Wonderful. Thank you. Captain Panagiotis, what about you?
Yes, I don't have any special person mentor. From each person, you can take the positive and the negative. And after you choose what you like to follow. So I don't have any special mentor. Thank you.
Thank you. That's true. Dimitris.
Yeah. When I was younger, I met one second engineer that this guy excited my brain because it was so calm engineer. We face a lot of problems and this guy solved everything calm. So I try to adopt this reaction of how to solve the problems, and I follow this character.
Thank you. And Captain Theodoros, your thoughts?
Yes, I do have a mentor, but I am very grateful to all the persons that I have met. As previously said, I was taking all the good parts of a seafarer and the bad things as I put them aside. And this is my mentality also now. I'm trying to help the young generation because I have been helped from them in order to become here. That I am here. It is very important for me.
Thank you. Now it's about time to end our discussion, and I would like to ask you, what is your key message, your advice, your key message overall to young people who are interested in a career at sea? Alexander.
Yes, so first of all, they have to stay strong. They have to be a strong character because it will not be possible, especially if we are talking about officers which will become in future chief engineers or captains. They have to be prepared to be leaders, to make good decisions, and always to stay strong. And of course, to be people. To be people, this is also very, very important for the climate on board between the people.
Thank you. Captain Panagiotis, what is your key message?
Study. I wanted to inform the new children to study, learn, and read. And even you have too much experience, and if you have practiced a lot and gain experience, if you not read and learn, you will not never meet the progress on their lives. So read, study, and learn in order to follow the working progress.
Thank you. Dimitris, your key message?
Yeah, my key message for a new seafaring career is, of course, study, obedience, respect of every seafarer on board, and again, our safety.
Thank you. Captain Theodoros, your key message?
My key message is to protect yourself and protect the others. As Dimitri said, safety is of paramount importance. The new generation should be dedicated and focused and motivated to the target that they will set. Set targets. That's my message. And achieve them.
Thank you. And the Captain Nikolaos, we will close with your message.
Again, just to be sure that this is what they like to do. Be sure about this job they are going to follow. Always be sincere with themselves and their colleagues. Don't lie. Just tell the truth for everything. And ask for advice, ask for help, make questions. I don't think when you are on board there is a silly question. make the same questions. Everybody's there for you to help you find out and learn and work.
Thank you. Now it's time to wrap up the panel. Thank you very much for your insightful discussion. Thank you for being open and honest, providing us your feedback, and giving us a picture of how life and work on board is. So I would like also to thank our viewers. The feed is going to be available on YouTube as always. We will be back in a few minutes with another presentation and the last session of our day. Thank you very much.
Thus created the first virtual shipping company tour in order to offer this knowledge in a lively and structured way.
Offering the opportunity to students who aspire to join the shipping workforce, whether at shore or at sea, to learn about a shipping organization online as if they were physically visiting. This is a journey into the everyday activities and operations of a shipping company, and it is just about to begin. Welcome! This is the ground floor of Evdokia Maritime Corporation. We are so happy that you are interested in a career in the shipping industry and excited to show you around our company. Before you embark on the office tour, it is advisable to know that it will be better to finish the walkthrough and then you may revisit the departments accordingly. We will move from this level up to the executive level, number 6, where the CEO and his executive assistant are waiting to greet you. Towards the end of the tour, you will also find out why this company is called Evdokia Maritime and what this means to all its people.
Are you ready? Off we go then. This is the reception area where visitors like you wait until they are cleared to enter the building. All shipping companies follow international security measures for safety on board the vessels as well as in the shore offices. The company employs a security guard who is trained in the building safety measures. He is responsible to sign in the visitors and employees and give them barcoded security badges to use in the elevators so that they can enter specific departments. The stairs are used in case of emergencies.
At the reception area, there is a receptionist who greets and guides the visitors, answers telephone calls, takes messages, deals with mail, and handles office administration tasks.
Near the reception area is a crew meeting room. This is where the vessel's crew, who are about to embark or who have disembarked, meet with the shore personnel in person. The shore personnel are the operations and technical managers who cooperate with the captains and engineers on a daily basis, and we will get to see their departments later on. On ground level, there is also the auditorium, which serves as a training room. This is where the personnel meet to see presentations and receive updates on the latest data, regulations, and procedures. And just beside the auditorium, there is the bridge simulator, where the seafarers, captains, engineers, and crew get trained.
On the floor above, that is, on level 2, there is a cafeteria and a gym. You see, working in a shipping company is highly demanding and challenging. Tasks take up lots of hours and energy. The company cares about the well-being of the employees and provides lunches and a gym to facilitate de-stressing time before and after office hours.
Companies are run by people, so one can say that people make up companies. Successful companies are organizations made up of dedicated and qualified staff, placed in specific divisions.
We are now on level 3. The personnel matters are handled by the Human Resources Department, HR for short. HR is responsible to place the most capable and knowledgeable people in the right positions and specify their roles so that the company can operate efficiently. The HR department is run by the HR manager, who leads and supervises implementation of plans and fosters cultures. The HR manager oversees the long-term staffing strategies and the tools that attract, develop, train, reward, and retain people. He also helps managers and employees perform, develop, and work in a pleasant and safe environment that allows them to achieve their business objectives. So while the HR manager directs interviews and staff selection, the assistant or HR coordinator supports the implementation of the policies and transactional operations such as absence management, recruitment, performance management, training and development, benefits, and payroll. Together, they assess the employees' work performance and help them in their professional development by showing them ways to improve their overall well-being and productivity.
Evdokia Maritime is a medium-sized shipping company. It owns and operates 20 vessels, most of which proudly fly the Greek flag, 14 dry bulk carriers and 6 tankers. The vessels employ about 800 persons at sea in total, captains, engineers, and crew. The company at shore, which manages all the vessels, is composed of 14 departments and employs about 50 people.
Shore personnel's work is meant to support the smooth running of the vessel and care for its crew. The crew are key workers because they run the vessels and live at sea, often under extreme conditions, transporting goods that we all use.
The crewing department, therefore, is as important as the HR department. The crew manager is responsible to find, select, and appraise the seafarers, the captains, engineers, and crew, on their performance. He decides who will work on the vessels, how long crew stays on board, and when to change the crew. It is demanding work because the crew manager has to handle an average of 20 crew members for each vessel and the rotation of fresh crew every 4 to 6 months. There are 2 crew coordinators, each of whom makes the travel arrangements for the embarkation and disembarkation of the crew, notify the port agents, making sure all certificates of the seafarers and officers are valid. They coordinate the training courses that all crew must attend. They update crew database and file documents for all crew activities. They are also responsible to complete the CV screening, organize interviews, help with visas, and other travel formalities.
Our tour on level 3 brings us now to the IT department. Some say money makes the world go round, but it's also information and technology. Every company has an IT department that handles and maintains the company information systems, which are crucial to the efficient running of the company. In fact, without IT and electricity, companies would literally not function. The IT department is responsible to organize and maintain all the hardware and software systems of the company, keeping it constantly updated. IT sets up accounts and access rights for new users and maintains security and backup solutions. There is 1 IT manager and 2 IT technicians. The IT manager oversees the company's technical infrastructure, all office and vessel IT team members, determines the business requirements for IT systems, manages the software design, implementation, and maintenance of the IT infrastructure. The IT manager monitors the system's performance, eliminating security risks. The IT technicians maintain the servers, PCs, and all the hardware and software and solve the technical problems that may arise.
Of course, there is a department that handles all financial transactions and is called the accounting department. It is on level 4. The accounting department is headed by the accounting manager, also known as the chief accountant. He is responsible for the daily accounting operations and ensures the timely closing of accounts and financial audit, which is an official inspection. He deals with the banks, reviews and corrects errors or any inconsistencies in financial entries. He ensures compliance with required accounting principles and the company's procedures. There are 2 accountants who handle the payment cycle of all vendors, agents, social security, and taxes. They handle the bookkeeping using the company's ERP system, that's a data processing system. There are 2 assistant accountants that have routine clerical and accounting tasks, such as bookkeeping, invoices, processing VAT returns, and the finalization of the month-end and year-end accounts.
There is a disbursements division which directly liaises with chartering and operations departments. This division reviews all pro forma invoices against the final DAs, that is, disbursement accounts, checking for discrepancies. The accounting manager reports to the CFO, short for Chief Financial Officer, who is part of the executive management team and reports to the CEO, short for Chief Executive Officer. The CFO is responsible for the planning and implementation of all the corporate finance activities and banking matters, as well as the risk management operations of the company. Providing strategic recommendations to the CEO and advice on major long-term business financial decisions. The CFO also leads internal and external audits, supervises accounting activities, and reports financial data to our board of directors.
You have heard many abbreviations and acronyms during this tour. That's because shipping has its own special language. Time is money when running vessels, and when communication between shore and sea personnel was made by telex, it had to be brief and standardized. Hence all the abbreviations in shipping lingo. On the same floor is the legal department, where the legal manager and the legal assistant represent company owners with charter disputes and any third-party claims. They both specialize in maritime law. The legal manager is responsible for consulting and handling corporate legal processes. She acts as a legal counsel to the CEO and develops the company policies and positions on various legal issues.
On the same level, next to the legal department is the insurance department, where the insurance and claims manager compares and negotiates the annual premiums of the insurance companies that have been appointed to insure the vessels. She closely monitors the fleet's day-to-day commercial activities and the marine insurance market to maintain the required insurance coverage at competitive premiums. Our insurance manager also oversees all insurance claims, including prevention and handling of incidents, so she is also called the claims manager.
Okay, friends, we are now on level 5. Here you will see the main action of the company. The company is like one living organism. All departments are interrelated and functioning for the smooth operation of a vessel at sea. The personnel in these departments are available to their vessels and to one another round the clock, or otherwise 24/7. The entire business of shipping begins in the chartering department. It is the heart of the company, a dynamic pump of revenue that works non-stop. It is the commercial center and the only revenue-producing department. We have 2 chartering managers, one who specializes in tankers and one who specializes in dry bulk vessels. there is a chartering administrative assistant who supports both managers. The chartering managers are responsible to fix the voyages of the vessels. They find the goods and materials that the vessels transport. Without chartering people finding business for their fleet, the ships would stay idle at sea. No freight income would come into the company. Instead, money would only go out to pay for the daily costs of ships staying without employment. Chartering managers consider many variables like choosing where to direct the vessels when they become available for the next voyage. They must consider which geographic locations are most profitable, seasonal concerns, war risks, piracy, or cargo issues. Like time spent to clean holds for the next cargo following the carriage of a dirty cargo, or port delays due to congestion. When they fix a voyage, they create an official document, a binding commercial contract called the charter party. All contractual members involved, including the vessel, have an obligation to adhere to this contract.
On level 5 is the most important department, which can be considered as the muscles that move the company. It is where the rest of the action takes place because, just like the heart muscle circulates blood to the body, this department coordinates with all the other departments on anything related to the vessels. It is called the Operations Department, or OPS for short. More abbreviations. But you young people love shortening words too. Come on, let's continue ASAP. The Operations Department is the vessel's main point of contact at shore.
There is one Ops Manager, short for Operations Manager, and two Fleet Managers, also called Operators. One specializes in dry cargo and the other in tanker vessels management. There is also one Operations Coordinator. Together, the team operates the company's 20 vessels and are in constant coordination with the Chartering Department and the fleet's captains. The Chartering Department passes on their vessels' fixtures for performing to the Operations Department. It is important how the Operations Department handles the voyage. It is also quite essential that the departments interact well. A good fixture can become a loss because of poor operational handling, and a poor fixture can be saved by good operational handling.
The operations manager usually has many years of seagoing experience. He ensures the fleet's safe and smooth performance in accordance with the obligations to charterers based on the terms and conditions of the charter parties. He focuses on maximizing voyages' profitability, and at the same time, he ensures that charterers fulfill their contractual obligations towards the company. The fleet managers or operators provide all necessary shore-based commercial operation support to the vessels assigned. They coordinate the vessel, the company, and third parties like charterers, port agents, and brokers in accordance with SMS, not SMS of cell texting, but SMS short for the Safety Management System and other international requirements. The operations coordinator handles communication for the assigned vessel's voyages and daily operations matters. Also, she has to coordinate all the post-fixture activities, controls the freight collection, bunkers, and DAs, which are disbursement accounts settlements.
On the fifth level, we have another very important office function, the technical department. This department ensures efficient and timely deliveries on any new building orders or second-hand purchased ships. It monitors vessels' performance by conducting annual surveys, ensuring various certificates are valid, and planning forthcoming maintenance. For example, they ensure that machinery and cranes of the vessel work properly. They perform periodic surveys and organize underwater cleaning and dry dockings. They also select the grades of marine fuel and lubricants for the engines.
In Evdokia Maritime, there are 6 persons responsible for the technical handling of the fleet of vessels. They are the technical manager, 3 technical superintendents, 1 superintendent electrician, and 1 fleet secretary. The technical manager is responsible for engines to be well maintained and complying with the international safety and environmental protection policy and standards. He plans and monitors the fleet's annual technical budget and the company's planned maintenance system, or PMS. He oversees the superintendent engineer's visits on the vessels and much more. The technical superintendents provide all necessary shore-based technical support, guidance, and assistance to the vessels. They visit the vessels to ensure that they are well maintained and comply to industry standards. They also monitor the classification status. The superintendent electrician designs, tests, and supervises installation of marine electrical systems on the vessels. He provides support and assistance to the rest of the technical department on all electrical-related matters. The fleet secretary, also called the technical administrator, offers support to the technical manager and the superintendents. He handles administrative matters such as flight arrangements for staff, distribution of vessels correspondence, invoice processing, and technical folders update.
Both operations and technical teams are on standby 24/7, including holidays, for any problems troubleshooting that may come up. Vessels are always running on strict time schedules. There are many risks and safety issues that must be monitored. An important part of the operations and technical department's duties is making sure the vessels have enough stores and supplies. The procurement department, also known as purchasing department, is responsible for arranging vessels to have on board adequate provisions, stores, and engine spares, like paints, chemicals, food, water, and whatever supplies they need to live at sea. Vessels also require fuel and lubricants for their engines to keep running. This department is responsible to order them. The department is headed by the procurement manager, also called purchasing manager. There are 2 purchasing coordinators, also called supplies operators, that support the technical and operations departments to order these provisions. The procurement manager oversees the purchasing cycle of all supplies for the entire fleet, ensuring that vessels' needs are met in the most efficient and cost-effective way. He applies purchasing strategies and monitors the respective budget and his team. In our company, the procurement manager also acts as the bunker buyer, bunker being the slang word for marine fuel. This is a significant responsibility because fuel is one of the highest daily operational costs of running a vessel, and its procurement process is complex. The prices are volatile and they may significantly affect the voyage's profits. The supplies operators ensure that all the required provisions on board are met. They collect requisitions from the vessels and offers from the suppliers and make the necessary comparisons to supply the vessels with their needs. They also check the disbursement account invoices when operations department asks them to process for payment.
To compete in the international arena, shipping companies must comply with international standards for safety and environmental protection, and for this important job is the DPA, short for Designated Person Ashore, also known as the Company's Security Officer, or CSO for short, and Vetting Manager, who is responsible for emergencies that occur on the ship. He heads the Health, Safety, Security, Quality, and Environment Management, HSSQE, and Marine Department. Sounds complicated. It is a little. The DPA, CSO, and Vetting Manager share roles with the Deputy DPA, CSO, who is second in command and has the responsibility to safeguard the development and implementation of the company's safety management system in line with the prevailing or anticipated regulations and customers' requirements. This department ensures the safety performance of the company's fleet to cover commercial needs and meet charterers' vetting requirements. More specifically, he manages any incidents and deficiencies.
The HSSQE manager safeguards the development and implementation of the company's safety management system in line with the prevailing or anticipated regulations, ensuring the fleet safety performance. He manages health, safety, security, quality, and environmental aspects of the company. He leads the marine superintendents who are responsible to attend vessels in order to evaluate their condition and prepare them for various inspections, such as Port State Control, PSC, and or any other third-party inspections. The HSQE assistant provides support on all relative matters, ensuring implementation of ISM, ISPS, and MLC codes.
Since a shipping company has so many departments, there is a need for a head to oversee their harmonization. This is the job of the COO, short for Chief Operating Officer. The COO is responsible for the operational results of the company. He leads, designs, and implements business strategies, oversees the work of the executives, and assists the CEO in everyday operations. He also prepares and submits reports to the CEO and advises on commercial opportunities.
We are now heading to level 6, which is the executive floor. So far, you've got to know all the various job positions and some of their interaction. There is lots more to learn, but you would have to work in an office or a ship to get the experience you need, besides maritime academy or technical school to have one of these positions. You may want to check Project Connect's website for the shipping company organizational chart, which describes all the positions in detail.
The management of Evdokia Maritime sees the relevance in training the next generation workforce early on for the company's sustainability as well as shipping industries in general. They sponsor shipping students, undergraduates mostly, from the various shipping colleges for their internship program every 6 months. Part of the interns' training is to practice what they learn in college by performing various support and clerical tasks under the supervision of a senior employee in alternating departments. Tasks are usually entering data in the company's shipping software, the ERP system, and soft filing. They learn the roles while developing organizational skills and teamwork, and hence acquiring valuable work experience which will enhance their employability after graduation. The best way to begin your career in shipping is to be an admin assistant or administrative assistant until you can specialize in a specific department. The CEO's executive assistant will explain why this may be a good idea.
Hello, I'm the executive assistant to the CEO, and my office is here next to his on level 6. If you decide to offer administrative assistance in any department, you develop muscle, a support to a professional team learning the ins and outs of a shipping company. Step by step and by your own merit, you will get to the next level, or you can decide to be a professional support to a manager or CEO, like I did. I chose to provide direct administrative support to the executive management team, mostly the CEO, as a profession. I handle their calendars, meetings, calls, business travel, and review the correspondence, while I also file the records and execute the instructions I am given to perform.
You're being humble. You do much more than that. You have excellent time management and multitasking abilities, and it's with your diligence and competence in your work that executives like me can focus on their managerial responsibilities. Most importantly, you deliver. The goal is to contribute to the efficiency of our office by ensuring all assigned administrative duties are carried out timely and correctly. It's time to introduce myself. I'm the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of Evdokia Maritime Corporation. Welcome. I hope you enjoyed the tour and that you gained a better understanding of how the different departments of a shipping company operate together under one roof. For me, work is like a sport. Being an executive is like being an athlete, except you're a corporate athlete. You get seasoned by learning to ride the waves and calm the storms, and then you reap rewards. The sky is the limit as long as you believe in and love what you're doing. It's an attitude, and you can do anything you can set your mind to as long as it's good for the company and it's useful for the community as well. I've worked in the shipping industry since I was 18 years old, and my path was step by step to the top. It is true that there is no elevator to success. You have to take the stairs. I began as a clerk in an accounting department while studying shipping in college. During my third year, I switched companies and worked as an assistant in operations. Then, I decided to study maritime law before entering my successful career in chartering. I'll never forget while working and studying and how helpful that was in managing my time better. After 25 years of hard work, dedication, determination, and perseverance, lots of long hours, sacrifices, and compromises, I grabbed the opportunity to establish my own shipping company. If you ask me how I did it, it was a combination of timing, knowledge, vision, and risk. But it's been so rewarding. What I love best is that we're always growing and improving. We don't let mistakes and errors become obstacles. We learn to understand and solve them. We're always aiming for excellence and steering towards progress. Evdokia in Greek means thinking of good things, positive thinking. This mindset reflects our company's culture. It is only then that we can combine optimism, enthusiasm, and entrepreneurship into our livelihood, into our company, and into our industry. These are the reasons why I chose Evdokia as our company name. Our industry is so unique. It welcomes everyone who's willing to stand up to its challenges. And I know you can do it by putting your mind to it with the right attitude and always aim for excellence. Gotta go now.
The CEO provides the vision, leadership, strategy, and general management necessary to sustain and grow the company. The CEO is the brain of the company, and perhaps this is why his office is situated at the top of the building, just like our head is on top of our body. He develops and implements a strategic plan to advance the vision, mission, and objectives of the company in order to generate revenue, profitability, and growth.
All shipping personnel are dedicated men and women, adequately educated, well experienced, and with a rare sense of responsibility as well as an eagerness to succeed. They are continuously improving themselves in order to persevere in an industry supporting the survival of the fittest. So always keep in mind that if you arrive in a shipping company well-trained and equipped with basic knowledge of everyday practice and procedures, it will be for the benefit of the company and a strong advantage for you.
It was a pleasure to guide you in one of the best companies around. Evdokia Maritime wishes you a steady and rewarding career in shipping, where the sky is the limit.
Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome you to our session, the shipping industry as an attractive working environment. I would like to thank Safety4Sea for organizing once again such an interesting forum, aiming to introduce shipping to the younger generation. I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists, Captain Sudhir Malhotra, Senior Surveyor Loss Prevention from the Standard Club, Captain Parani, Vice President Marine, Tufton Asset Management, my fellow Wista sister, Sue Terpilovsky, Managing Director, Image Line Communications, and Captain Socrates Tikos, Crew Manager, Marine Manager from Omicron Ship Management. Hello, everyone. With the pandemic, shipping proved to be resilient, but the need to raise the profile of the shipping industry to the younger generation showed and appeared very crucially. Considering that shipping is responsible for more than 90% of the world trade, I believe that it's very important for the younger generation to realize the importance of shipping. I admit that we have a stereotype of a male-dominated industry in shipping, and that's what I was taught when I entered the industry some years ago. But we are all trying very hard to change this because we can see the benefit of having a more diverse environment and also promoting women and achieving a more balanced work environment. I will take it from here, and I will start with a few questions. Do you think that the maritime industry has developed in a more attractive working environment for young people today? What do you think? What are the things that we need to work on and change in our industry? Who wants to start? Captain Parani?
Sure. Thanks, Maria, and to Safety4Sea for this event. And it's a very important topic because shipping industry is as much about people as it is about ships. And only when we have the best talent, we can have a progressive shipping industry, a more successful, a more safer industry. So for this to happen, shipping must attract the best talent. So how can we do it? Well, there are a few ideas. One is to make it more inclusive, like you mentioned, to get the talent from the best pools available across the world. Shipping is an international industry, so definitely we can have a diverse pool across various nationalities. Then once we have the people, then of course we have to take care of them. So whether it is on shore or on the ship, we have to take care of our people. So that helps in keeping the talent that we have in the first place, and then attracting more talent. And of course, when I say take care of the people, that means both physical safety and mental safety. So physically, we make sure we give them a safe working environment. We have less injuries, less navigation incidents, less pollution. So that creates a positive image of the industry.
Thank you very much. Captain Tikos, you are in communication daily with ship owners. What is your view on this?
Yeah, thank you for inviting us in this interesting panel. Shipping is attractive for seamen because, as you are aware, one of the first things that the crew is asking is the salary. This is something that we can cover it. We have fixed this matter. We are okay with this. The problem is to make it more attractive for the new generation. So the key is to identify new ideas. This is how we can start change. This is how we can start make the things more attractive. new ideas among, let's say, a large spectrum of information, methodically and on a schedule. These ideas should be able to be developed into solutions, solutions that will create an impact in the shipping industry. So we will have some changes regarding diversity, regarding equality, and of course, inclusion. The main priority should be the equality for women and men, men or women. This is something which, as you mentioned before, I think we are still facing. The diversity of the generations, the psychological safety, and of course, major thing is the well-being. So we have to be focused to identify new ideas. The crew knows what to expect regarding the salary, regarding the safety, all these things, but we need to find something new to promote for the shipping.
Thank you very much. Captain Malhotra, what is your view coming from the P&I Club's perspective?
Indeed, thank you. Firstly, thank you for having me here and giving me this opportunity to speak on this forum. You know, from a P&I Club's perspective, we speak to a whole range of shipping companies, and we try and, of course, encourage a culture of diversity, equality, and inclusion. That is, I think, there's not just a case for the seafarer. I think there's a commercial case for the shipping company. I think a company which is more diverse, which has more freedom of opinion, different ideas coming together, plurality, you would see that those companies are generally more successful. So, and as you mentioned, there is a problem with shipping in the sense that it is got that stereotype about it, you know, where it's a male-dominated industry where everything happens in a certain way. So, I think it is about, you know, us breaking the stereotypes, about us taking the responsibility, as in the shipping companies, and empathizing with the seafarer. I went out to sea when I was 19, and I recollect my first steps on board. They were quite scary, and I think that's the attitude, you know, to try and make this a more inclusive and a safe place, and a place which is welcoming for all kinds of people, not just a typical stereotype. I think that is what I would say is my thought.
Thank you very much. So, being a member of WISTA for a long time, I know you're doing a lot of work to break the ceiling and to make the shipping industry a more diverse and inclusive environment for women as well. What do you think are the main barriers identified today for a more diverse, inclusive, and equal environment in shipping?
I think thank you again, Maria, for hosting the panel, and CAREER4SEA for doing this. I think what's really vital is that you need to understand what the new generation wants and what women want are so akin. So to work on one, you're actually getting both. We need to think about sea blindness. People don't understand what a career at sea means. So one of the things is we've got to explain our industry. We're very good at hiding ourselves from the world, and we need to open ourselves up. The other thing is that most people's perception is that if you have a career at sea, you're signing up for life. People don't realize the flexibility to be able to move between land and sea at different times in your career. And I think that's something we need to highlight an awful lot more. Also, what we've found from our research is that women don't want to be singled out as special or different or put up as poster girls. They want to be seen as equal, and they want to be seen that this is a career for them and that they don't have to be exceptional to take a career at sea. So it's really important that when we do this, that we really think about it, that we actually don't have this stereotyping of making role models above and beyond what they should be. But we need to bring in flexibility. We need to bring in policies that are friendly to actually a work-life balance. We need to get over sea blindness. And we need to be honest that there are things that need to be fixing in the industry. And if we show the industry that we are fixing it, then these people will be attracted to us. So it's about being open and receptive.
Thank you very much, Sue. I heard everyone mentioning that we need to have as an industry new ideas. We need to attract the best talents. We need to be open-minded and think outside of the box so that we can create an environment that will be inclusive. I guess that this starts with leadership. So what are the steps that leadership of a company has to take in order to create a more inclusive environment within the maritime industry, where we need to focus? Captain Parani?
Yep, we'll start. So, I do speak to a lot of young seafarers as well, and meeting others, colleagues in the maritime industry. And one of the key expectations from the leadership is that the younger generation wants to be engaged with what is going on. It's not like they expect that they are told what to do, but they also expect to be engaged in the process. They want to be engaged in how to make things better. So this is one of the main expectations from the leadership. There are a couple of more things, and of course, they also, when there is an engagement, they also expect that it is safe for them to speak out openly without the fear of a reprisal. So they should be free to express their opinions and their emotions in the work environment. And the other thing is, with regards to inclusivity, now with the pandemic, we saw, how people can work remotely more easily. So then there is an expectation that we should not forget the lessons that we learned during the pandemic and go back to the old ways, but we can find a good balance between a physical working relationship and a remote working relationship. So the use of the technological tools can help a team to work together from different parts of the world. And, let's say, for example, also in the office, moms who want to work from home, they can stay at home and participate in the work. So these are some of the ideas that I'd like to share. Thank you.
I can confirm that this is the case, and the younger generation definitely needs that, and they aim for a more balanced life. Sue, you wanted to add as well?
I think what we need to see from leadership is true leadership. They need to show that they are open and receptive to make this change, because we cannot rely on the IMO. It takes far too long to bring in the changes we need to bring in. So it has to be company driven. And if anything is going to succeed, it has to start in the boardroom and come down from the company. So all initiatives have to be backed by the management. What we also want to see is that management really are open to change, because what we want to see, and I think the new generation wants to see as women, is what I said before, is like career paths. It's all too often it's been that seafarers come in and there is no obvious way for them to go to land, how they can work through the system. So I think this career mapping and career paths is really, really important. We have a fantastic opportunity now with digital training to really bring in some of this, so that we can bring in a culture of learning and development, which we haven't had before, CPD, things like that, so people can see an honest way forward in our industry. But I go back to the point is leadership now has to not just say the words, they have to do the actions. They have to show they are really serious, that they want this to happen. And I think we seriously need to look at how we promote our industry, because our industry, as I said, the world is sea blind. They don't understand what there is in our industry and how it can actually help them in their career paths. So we've got to get in and educate people.
That's really important. Thank you, Sue. Captain Malhotra, is the day criteria part of your approach to the shipping companies, to your members, to the audit you do as a P&I club?
Well, that's really something which we look into, and we cannot, we can only encourage DEI, and we can only talk about diversity, equality, and inclusion. But of course, we cannot, we cannot push it down to our members. But of course, we are continuously speaking with our members about the importance of, like I said, there is not just there's not just a safer ship. There is a commercial advantage. You would see that as you would see in boardrooms of companies, a similar kind of an environment if it is reflected on the ship, where you have people who are empowered to speak, where the I don't want to call them old-time seafarers, I probably come under that same category, but what I would say is where there is training and mentoring given to the seafarers who are used to working in a certain way, and how to adapt to a new crew and the requirements of communication. I think for a new crew, as Sue mentioned, I think it's not just talking the talk, it's walking the walk. The companies need to be able to show that they are making change, and what it is that they've created on those ships for their crew is a safe environment, where where there is safety for the person to be able to speak up their mind. And if something is going against them, then there is the equivalent of maybe a whistleblowing system, which is very finite. So we watch that and we talk about these ideas to the various companies we speak to. So that's how we try and encourage these ideas.
Thank you very much. Captain Tigos, what are the actions you take as a company as well to shape a more inclusive environment in your company?
Yeah, first of all, initiatives and practices cannot exist from one moment to another. We cannot fix it within a week. It needs to take efforts, as I mentioned before in another panel, at schools, in childhood, in the stage when the men and the women are still receptive to information and data. For example, and I'm really sorry to say that, but a captain who is today, let's say, over 55 or 60 years old, will find it very difficult to accept a girl in his daily life on board. Or another example, a 50 years old chief officer will not be able to easily accept that his master will be only 35 years old. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. That's how they grew up. That's how they survived in this working environment. So we need to redefine this. We need to ensure that the new generation will grow up on a different way, not necessarily because the old way was wrong, but because it's assumed that we want to move forward. Okay, so now we are at the point where the problem has been recognized, accepted, and we are able to discuss. It's like the doctor. In order the patient to be in good health, must be accept that there is a problem with his health. So if he accepts it, then he have to go to the doctor, and the doctor will provide a treatment. The treatment, then we need to provide some time to see if there is an improvement. This is what we have to do. We have to discuss with the crew, to listen what they need, to understand what they need. Okay, so as a company, this is the initial steps we follow to have close contact with the crew, to try identify what they need, and we are trying to look in the backstage. Okay, what is the meaning behind the words, in order to be able to close the gap that exists between the crew, the needs, what they are really want to have on board.
I'm very glad that you mentioned about the younger generation, as we have one very important program that is run by another WISTA sister, Miss Irene Notias, the Project Connect, and this is what they are trying to do, and also promote shipping in the younger generation, where, as you said, they're more receptive, and the kids, need to learn a bit more about the importance of shipping. There was a time that the image of shipping was more deteriorated by some accidents. And of course, sometimes the press likes to promote this side of shipping. So it's very important, the younger generation, to learn how important and vital industry shipping is. And I guess from what I heard, the only medicine that we can find is training for the people we have now and we need to work with. And it's really important to focus on training and show people how we can achieve a more inclusive environment.
If you allow me, Maria, sorry for,
yes, please.
For interrupt you. It's very crucial. It's very crucial. The leaders, the old generation to be in cooperation with the younger ones. Okay, the gap between these two generations must be closed even a little, so that we can create the leadership we want. We cannot remove at all the old way of thinking, okay, and just put the new generation in the first line. We have to do it smoothly. So we need the old generation, the experience of the old generation to be as mixed with the enthusiastic and the new generation in order to create something better. We don't like to make something good as before. We like to do something better. So we need to cooperate.
Thank you very much. In comparison to other industries, we can see that this change is underway, and we see how important and how much other industries are raising the issue of a more inclusive and diverse environment. What do you think we can learn, or if we are already learning from other industries about this topic, about how to become more inclusive and more diverse in order to attract the younger generation? If I may add here, I'm also involved to an extent with tourism, and I see the people, the younger generation there, be as you described earlier. They want to be listened. They want to express freely their ideas. They want you to be with them, but not to dictate to them what they need to do. They are offended more easily. They want to have work balance and life balance. So these are things that I can also see in shipping getting more and more important. And I think we will be taught from the younger generation about these things, because we also entered in a period where the shipping industry was different. So what is your view, Captain Parani?
Sure. So I'd like to look at it from a different angle. There's a lot of things we can actually learn from our industry itself. So just to look at it from, let's say, what's the need? So first, if you just look at the numbers, so we have roughly 500 ships being delivered every year. So that means you need, let's say, 1,000 masters and 1,000 chief engineers to every year, or let's say, to be ready. And for that, we need to start thinking now how we are going to have this manpower. And then, so that means, of course, when you need just the numbers, you need to get from all the sources. And when you need to get from all sources, naturally, you will become inclusive. Okay, so that is one, is just the numbers. The second is, you earlier mentioned resilience in your opening. And we saw during the pandemic, so there were seafarers in some part of the world who could not travel because there were COVID restrictions. So we had to bring seafarers from different parts of the world. So some companies had to pivot their crewing strategy as well. So, and then now with the war in Ukraine, now you see there are seafarers stuck from certain parts of the world. So again, you have to find different sources. So instead of being forced by an external situation, if we have more wider approach, more inclusive approach, we can get the numbers, we can get the resilience, and we can get the quality.
Thank you very much. Do you think that digitalization can help us enhance diversity and inclusion in the maritime industry? So what do you think?
Digitalization will help.
Sue started talking. Sorry, Captain Parani, I can give you, I will pass the microphone later. Sue, sorry, please.
Okay. Digitalization has a great way to help because it will obviously attract the younger generation because they're very much into the digitalization world. The whole world is around digitalization. So, and I think it also will answer some of the things we said before about the life-work balance, because you can actually generate these things. It also means that we can attract people. You know, there's lots of robotics, automation, AI, all these sorts of things coming into our industry, which are the subjects that the younger generation wants to be involved in. So I think it has a massive part to play. It has a way forward for us. What we can learn from other industries, we've started to do a women in group, which is all the other women in transport. So we're talking to people in rail, in aerospace, and all these other industries to learn what they've done and how we can work together, because all of us face the similar challenges, because people are being attracted to other industries outside of the traditional industries like ourselves. So rather than actually all of us do a small thing, we're now separating and working together as a team to do things together to bring in new initiatives. We've got to remember is that the digital world is very much into the computers, into gaming and all those sorts of things, and not looking at industries like ourselves. So we do need to make the industry much more attractive and explain to people all those opportunities are here. They just need to go and get them and bring them to the forefront. So it's about, I think, collaborating together with people in other industries that will really make this work, and having our ears open. We've never really worked or collaborated before, and we need to change that.
That's very true. Generally, we are considered a more isolated industry. We think we can do everything our own. Captain Tigos, is our industry ready to allow remote working on a permanent basis and apply digitalization to more and more in our everyday working life?
I think in Greece, not yet. It's in relation with what we discussed before regarding the generations. Okay, personally, we face this. Our company was full remote for about 2 years, and the truth is that everything was really smooth. We didn't have any abnormal situation. The only difference was that we work from home instead to go to the office. But in generally, as we discussed with another colleagues, with traditional companies and in places in which the managers and the key positions in the company are still thinking with another way, they were not so happy with this new life. So I think we are not yet ready. We want to be, but I think that we need still to ask some time to make it more smooth. And we have to add this point of the digitalization and the remotely working and all this in the whole panel that we discuss about the move forward. Okay, this is something which will be in reality maybe after a few years, but as per my opinion, we are not ready yet in our mentality.
Thank you very much. Mr. Malhotra, Captain Malhotra, this is not the case in the P&I world. I recall from my time at the Standard Club from early 2010-11 that remote working was part of our life, and it was accepted. Not from everyone, because as Captain Nikos said, the older generation was not very happy about this, but the start was made at that point.
Absolutely, Maria. Yes, I think the clubs, the Standard Club. I can speak for the Standard Club. We have been able to transition from working 5 days a week before the pandemic to now being given a fair degree of freedom and autonomy in our choice of whether we want to go to the office or whether we want to work from home. And I think it's a fair thing that has come through, because it's a matter of trust. It's a matter of trust that exists now between the management and the employees, the ones who are working. So we have that sort of a trust that has been built over time. So surely it is something that has taken some time to build the resilience, to build the technology, to be able to do it. But as you can see, I'm sitting at my house today and I'm giving this presentation, and it's possible. And that's the great thing that technology allows you. That being said, I think let's translate this back to a ship. If people on land are doing this, it can't be expected that people at sea are not going to want to have the best of everything. So I think there is that fair amount of flexibility which has to be understood. I was talking to a few shipping companies. I know I'm running out of time here, but they were talking about things like social ambassadors, for example, on board, having young people from the younger generation coming on board, talking about digitalization, talking about making those changes and changing the mindset and getting the experience of the older generation on board the ships and getting them to work together. And I think that's a challenge, but yeah, it surely will be achieved, I think.
It is happening, so I think the best way is to embrace this change, because the world is changing, so we cannot be left in the back. Captain Parani, you wanted also to add on this question about digitalization.
Yes, so I just wanted to get back to your question. So yes, digitalization is going to make the industry attractive. From a crew welfare point of view, the crew can communicate with their families more easily. They don't have to spend a lot of money. And now with more and more satellites coming up, it's going to get cheaper. So the younger generation wants to be almost online all the time. So it does help. So one of the questions that seafarers usually ask is, do you have internet on board your ship? So that definitely makes it attractive. The second thing is digitalization will help improve the work processes on board. So instead of having paper checklists, paper reports, noon reports, filling up manually, doing manual work, which really sometimes dulls the mind. So that if it can be taken care of by automation and digitalization, then the crew has time to do more meaningful work, more high priority work like navigation and actual maintenance of the machinery.
Thank you very much. That's the case, and as Captain Malhotra mentioned earlier, it takes time because you need to build an environment with the right tools in order to be able to achieve this transition. So we said about the younger generation, but what do we need to do to attract more women on board and more women in shipping, and not only in the lower tiers, but to see women staying in shipping, progressing their career and excelling in shipping?
Well, it goes back to what I said at the beginning is we don't need to make them as role models or the glamour girl on the ship. It's about respecting them, that they can do their job exactly the same as everybody else on board. But I think we need flexibility in working, so that understand that women will be on the ship for a number of years, will then need to come to the shore side to work, and then have jobs for them at shore side, and then they can go back to sea. So they can have this backwards and forwards career path, and it's quite open. The other thing is that we need to get PPE, appropriate PPE for women, so that they are actually dressed right on board the ship. It's a health and safety issue. If the trousers are too long, or they could trip over, and they don't feel comfortable in it. They don't feel like they're wanted. And simple things like a bin for sanitary towels. There are still a number of ships out there that don't have a bin. Also, it should be standard on board that sanitary provision for all the equipment we need is there, that the women don't have to think about packing it all, or when they're at shore, quickly going out and getting it. So we need to make it very much more a welcoming community. We need to strengthen the role of the DPA, so that if there is a problem, they really do think they've got a friend, not somebody that works for the company, that somebody they can talk to, where they're not going to find they're going to become the victim, rather than the person that's doing whatever it is that they want to speak to them about. We also need to think about how we actually get women on board ship, because actually when they do we get vast amounts of cadets and they can't get sea time. So we need to think about how we do that when they actually qualify, first off, of how we get them on board.
Thank you very much. Flexibility is really important. As we saw during the pandemic in the US, a large number of women employees was forced to stop their job because their life priorities had changed, and they couldn't find this flexibility environment that they could adapt to the needs they had at that time. Captain Tigos, do you have female women on board your ships?
No, we don't. We have a discussion with the management around 2 years ago, just before the pandemic, because we started to have a cadetship program. But during the pandemic, we stopped the discussion even before we started. This is something which, included in all that we discussed so far, it's something that is going to be in the future. But before we start doing this, we need to ensure that we have created the proper environment, not only for the women, but this is all for the new generation. We must ensure that we will create such warm, safe, and homely environment on board, so that the people will feel very safe. They will feel friendly. They will feel part of the vessel. You know, even if you put on board one woman, it's not something that is going to work properly. Okay, for many reasons. She will feel alone. She will be around with another 20 men. It's not very how to say, a smooth way to add the females in the shipping. We must do it with a bigger number. Okay, Mr. Parani, before he mentioned some numbers, but I usually follow these numbers from the opposite way. I mean, we need many people to come on board, okay, and of course females, and everybody, they are looking how many crew going inside in the university, and then they are looking how many graduate, but they are only a few people who check after 1, 2, or 5 years after the graduation how many people are still on board, how many people are still working as a seaman. Okay, and this is the problem. This is the problem in Greece with the ladies. We can accept the ladies in our marine schools, but then after the ladies are graduate, they are facing incredible difficulties to find the vessels to make the 12 months sea service in order to take their third mate or third engineer certificate. So it's like to make a circle without end. I mean, we accept inside the school, but actually we don't accept the ladies on board because we don't provide sea service. We don't accept for the cadets. We don't accept to make officers. just a few, for me, it's not the solution. If we have every year 5 or 10 women, it's nothing. It's like zero. We must do it more, how to say, to use a big number of the females.
I guess we need to start from somewhere, and so I'm sure you want to add something to that.
It just reiterates what I said, which is the biggest problem is sea time. You know, we know there's lots of women that go through the program, but they can't get this. There were 12 months in the sea time. I've never believed in quotas, but I am now coming around to the way that maybe we need to use some power of the flag states and look at quotas about females on board to try and bring about the change, because I just don't see it happening any other way without some form of carrot and stick. And it's so vital for our industry, because we know from the cruise industry, when you have mixed crews, the crew is actually a happier crew. It's a more diverse crew, brings in so much to the enrichment to the ship and working together. And there is so much that is gained from it. And you just talk to the crews where there are mixed crews and you don't find people against it. They might have been against it before they actually came on board, but after the first voyage, they are advocates for it. They turn around and say, we don't know why we didn't do this years ago. It was a really good voyage. We had a really good time. There was more laughter and there was more work done. And that is the things that people say. So it's about creating, as we've said, is this environment where it's actually just the norm. I hope we never have to talk about this in 10 years' time, that it's just accepted that women will be on board ships. But I think that's a wish that might not be fulfilled. But I think we need to now bring in something like a way of making this happen, because we, as I say, the IMO has been talking about this for years. WISTA have been talking about it for years. And there is a major shortage looming. If you look at ICS's figures, BIMCO figures in the report, 54,000 seafarers are going to be needed over the next 5 years. So if we do not open up to women, which is 50% of the population of the world, where are you going to find those seafarers? How is our industry going to survive if we don't do this? So we have to make a change. And unfortunately, I think now quotas is something we seriously need to look at with the European flags and various other flags to bring it in as a mandatory change to get that seafaring time.
So I understand, Sue, that it's not a matter of decision, but it's a matter of necessity to have this change. If you could change one thing in order to attract more women or men, younger generation into our industry, what would that be?
Flexibility. It's what everybody says, that the younger generation. There's a study done by the union here in the UK, and the younger generation were leaving the ship at exactly the same age as women, because they wanted to be at home when their children were growing up. They wanted a similar life-work balance as the women. There's no difference between them. If we want the younger generation who have a completely different value set to ourselves, then we need to look at this. So my one thing would be is flexibility. You know, why do we have to do all this sea time in one go? Why can it not be more structured so people can go to a lab-based job and then come back again, and they don't lose all their sea time that they've amalgamated over a number of years? We need to think about it completely differently, about how we actually do our environment and our job. And there is going to be the opportunity, because as Thomas Shipping comes in for some of the short sea, there is going to be a lot of sea jobs that will be land-based. And there is all these different things that are coming into our environment that we need to think about. So the number one thing would be flexibility. Number two thing will be, is, as I say, making the environment on board female and gender friendly. The one thing we know from the ports, when they brought in this female PPE, over 60% of the people that actually went and put on that PPE were male, because actually there's a lot of very slim, smaller men around there, and it fitted them better than the PPE they had on board. So it works for everybody. You can't distinguish between the two. So flexibility, the right environment, and making it a welcoming environment. And I think we seriously need to look at STCW and better training for diversity on board. And this will help with culture as well.
Thank you very much, Sue. Captain Parani?
Sure. I'd like to add to some of the practical points that Sue mentioned. And one of them would be actually bathrooms. For example, we were looking at some lady seafarers on some ships in the past, and everything was set, but then we realized that there were no separate bathrooms for the women seafarers. And as per the Maritime Labour Convention, you need to have separate bathrooms. And this ship, despite being 5 years old, did not have separate bathrooms for men and women. And in fact, even below the top four, everyone had to share the bathrooms. And for sure, it's not convenient for lady seafarers, but also many of the younger male seafarers, they would prefer individual bathrooms. So it's a very basic thing, but many of the ships that are being built don't take this into account. So if there's one thing, I would request, different organizations, for example, Vista, to take it up to IMO to ensure that these things are included in the shipbuilding stage to have more comfortable accommodations and inclusive accommodations.
Thank you very much. Captain Malhotra, if it was one thing, what would you change?
Well, I think some really good points have been made here. I think one point that Sue made is flexibility. I think the other point is leadership and changing of the hierarchical thinking and the old school thinking, which has been there in shipping for so many years and for so many centuries, rather. I think we are emburdened by our past in some ways in the shipping industry. And as Sue mentioned, and it was a really great point, that most male seafarers choose to go ashore at approximately the same points in their career, when they themselves have young families. So surely it is a matter of flexibility. It's a matter of also changing perceptions, and those perceptions have to be changed at a management level within companies, so that you are able to see ships with an inclusive, with a mixed environment. I am someone who worked in cargo ships for many years, for about 10 years, and then moved to cruise ships for about 4 or 5 years. And I have seen both environments. And as Sue mentioned, on a ship where you had more diversity, where you had women and men working together, the result was more positive. The outcome was better, and generally there was nothing which was so wrong. And it took me initially, I thought it would be a big change because I'd done this for 10 years. But when I did go on to these ships, I found them to be extremely the better way of working. So surely it's got to be the change in hierarchy and flexibility and understanding, empathizing from the crew members' perspective, what they require.
Thank you very much. Captain Tigos, what would you change?
In the past, we changed the salaries. We provided the internet. This was also a change. Now we discuss for women on board. This is also a change. But we never make a real conversation regarding the crew contracts duration and the way of the voyages. The new generation is not like our grandfathers who were on board for 1 year or more, and they feel that this was normal. The new generation don't want to be on board for a long time. Okay, even if they are in cruise ships, which the environment is much more better, they need to be back home. They need to be back with the family, with the friends, and all this. So we still have contract duration 6 months, 7 months, which, believe me, it's not 6 months. It's always more and more and more because the port is not convenient, because we don't have reliever and all this. If I have the chance to change only one thing, will be this. Contract duration, 4 months on board for the crew, 4 months vacation, 4 months working at the office, and salary 12 months on board salary. So they will be able to have the sea service 4 months. They will be able to stay for vacations for another 4 months, and they will be able to work at the office in the opposite side from the vessel for another 4 months. And for all this year, they don't need to be worried about the salary, about the financial obligations, about nothing. This is the only change that if I have the chance to do will be this.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. As we said, the younger generation has younger, better ideas, new ideas. So I think that we heard many interesting points in our discussion. As we're heading towards the conclusion of our discussion, I want to ask you all about your key message to the younger generation who are interested to work in shipping and join the shipping industry. Captain Malotra first.
Thank you. I would say that my key message would be that shipping is something which is almost integral to everything we do. Containerization has changed the world. Everything that we have today is energy, for example. It's transported on ships. It's not a career where once you go on ships you're stuck there. No, there's more to the career. There's so many opportunities. There are so many career paths that you could choose, and you get to see the whole world. That, of course, I know the times are a little bit challenging at the moment, but as an industry, the industry has realized the importance of seafarers. Seafarers are key workers. They are integral to the entire world supply chain. And so the value of a seafarer should never be considered to be low. They are very integral. And so what I would say to a young generation is that you're going to get onto ships where things are going to get better, and you will have reasonable contracts, you will have good connectivity, you will have technology, and you will shape the future of shipping. So there is a great opportunity for all kinds of people, and genders. Everybody should be on board the ships. And I think that is where we will have a really inclusive, positive, and progressive sort of a work environment. And that's where we're all headed to.
Thank you very much. Captain Parani, what would you be your key message to the younger generation? I'm sure we have many young people watching us right now.
Yes. See, I have a daughter who's nearly 16, and I asked her, do you want to go to sea? She said no. So I'm not able to convince her. But I have a nephew who wants to go on the ship. So what I told him is definitely, it's not an easy job. You will have grease on your hands. It's going to be long working hours, but it's a good career. It's a hard, you get very good job satisfaction. You work the day, you have earned the money. There's no politics. You just do your job. You can sleep well. You earn pretty decent, and you can earn pretty good money when you're still young. You can buy a house in your 20s at sea. So it's an attractive career. Of course, be prepared for the long hours, and like Captain Malotra said, it's a rewarding career, and even after a career at sea, you can still progress to shore opportunities. So if you think sea is a good opportunity for you, go for it.
Thank you very much. One quick question. would you be happy your daughter to go at sea?
Sure. I mean, that's why I asked her. I said, why don't you go to sea? So she said, no. She's interested in computers and this kind of thing. So, but it was an option I offered her.
Because when I said to my mom back then that I wanted to go to sea, she threatened me that she will die. So, Captain Nikos, what would be your advice?
The advice will be, yes, do it, of course. It's an international job. It's without borders. The money is good. The experience is good. The people that you are going to meet will be great. But I would like to split the advice to the new generation and the current generation that we must inform the new guys, the new crew, what they are going to meet on board. We must make them familiarize. And the conversation should not be stopped only in the salary, which of course is a great salary. There are some people that they think we are still in the 1965. The living conditions are much more better. We have daily communication with our family. Internet is everywhere. The social media is available. Okay, we still facing this the very limited time at ports, but the living conditions are much more better. What we need to do is to ensure that the people who will go on board, they will be familiar with what they have to expect. The life, the working environment, the conditions, the pressure, and the good things. But for sure, without any reason to deny, yes, if someone likes to be on board, he must go on board.
Thank you very much. Sue, your turn. What would be your message to the younger generation?
Well, the EU project we've just done with WES is that what we found is that the thing that attracted the younger generation when we did our focus groups was they come up with this world of opportunities, how they describe the maritime sector, that they had the opportunity to travel, but not just travel, but to meet people from different cultures, different religions, different behavior all on board. So they have like a microcosm of the world in that family, and that really attracted them. We also need to be realistic. It's not a job for everybody. So as just was said, is we don't want to oversell it, because otherwise you're going to have much more problems on board. So it's about attracting the right people for the right job and making it welcoming and what they are, and actually about showing them to be part of it. So part of the thing we heard was very much was, is this for me? Is this for people like me? Or is this the type of people you are wanting to have in your industry? So we need to match that and show people what we're looking for is just people like themselves, everyday people that want to be explorers, that want to learn about different cultures and different religions, that wants to work hard aboard a ship and see the world, because that's the opportunities we're offering them. So I think it's really important to be realistic, open and welcoming, and want them.
Thank you very much, Sue. Thank you, everyone, for joining me in this very interesting panel. I hope the people who watched us enjoyed it. I learned many, many things. The shipping industry is a very exciting industry. No day is the same as the previous one. Every case is different. You always learn. It's a very international business. You open your mind, you open your horizons, you learn new things. It's a fascinating business. I accept that it's not for everyone, but if I could take the time back, I would do exactly the same choices, and I would be here with you as today. Thank you very much. I will pass to the organizers. Apostolos, I will pass this to you.
Thank you very much for joining us in this forum. As I said at the beginning, this is the 8th forum, the 8th CAREER4SEA Forum. We're looking forward to hosting similar events in the future. I would like to thank all our sponsors, our panelists, our panel participants, and of course, all those who presented during the duration of the forum. And I would like to also share with you that within the next year, within 2023, we're looking forward to meeting you in person again. We're going to be hosting in-person events in Athens and other locations across the globe. We will be announcing these forums as we, let's say, March, the early 2023. Our next event, that would be an in-person event, is the Smart4Sea in Athens, 1st of February. And of course, we'll be hosting an event in Limassol, early March. And of course, we're going to be hosting Green4Sea in Athens, an in-person event late March 2023. So having said that, announcements will be made, of course, in the event section of the Safe4Sea. I would like to thank you once again for joining us and looking forward to seeing you in one of our future events. Thank you very much.